Hello, my name is Andrew Moskos, and I'm going to be your host today. I'm one of the founders of Boom Chicago, the comedy show based right here in Amsterdam. A little bit of background. After graduating from university, my best friend and I fell in love with Amsterdam, and we wanted to move here, and no, it's not for the reason you think. It was for the drugs. 25 plus years later, Boom Chicago is one of the biggest shows in the capital city, and we also travel all around the world, performing in theaters and at events. And although I love going to new places and trying new things, I am always happiest to be back home presenting for my favorite audience of all. Forerunners in the mobility industry, including EV leaders, charging infrastructure manufacturers, and professionals from the IT, renewables, oil and energy, and utilities. My favorite audience of all. So, I'm coming to you from the new global headquarters of EV Box Group, the driving force behind revolution. And I have to say, it's beautiful. Totally renovated, collaborative spaces, very eco-friendly with solar panels. It's all very green, if they can just get the sun to shine in Amsterdam. Meanwhile, in Spain, they're like, if EV Box hadn't used all those solar panels in rainy Amsterdam, we could have put them here on our office, where the sun shines 16 hours a day. España! But EV Box opened up their new office just as our favorite virus of the decade decided to show up. So let's just say there was plenty of room to set up this amazing studio. But seriously, it's only been 10 years since EV Box was founded, and they've grown to a company with over 650 employees spread across offices in Europe and North America. They might be too modest and too Dutch to brag about it, but this is a big deal. So let's talk mobility. Make some noise if you are excited about electric vehicles! Right, that doesn't work so well in a virtual conference. Of course, this is more of a hybrid conference. And just like hybrid vehicles, it's definitely better than nothing, but it doesn't quite deliver what you need. I mean, it feels good and you can show it off. This event? Yeah, it's a hybrid. But it's mostly a digital event. But this is an exciting time for mobility and EVs. But then, isn't it always? The tipping point is always just around the corner. But this time, it's different, is what we say every year. It's kind of like virtual reality. This is the year that VR is going to break through to a mainstream audience. Mark my words, 2018 will be the year. Oh, sorry. Weird that I haven't updated that joke since I've used it every year since 2016. So, electric cars have come a long way. In addition to Tesla, we will soon have Rivian. And is it just me, or does Rivian sound not like a car company, but like an antidepressant pill? Like, how are they even a major player? I mean, they haven't delivered a single car yet. Don't worry about that. Just take your Rivian. You'll feel a lot better. Now we have more traditional players getting into the electric market as well. Renault has cars like the successful Zoe, named with letters from Zero Emissions, and also because it sounds beautiful in French, Zoe, which is on brand for the French. Of course, the country's charging infrastructure is also very French. It's just slightly different than in other places, and also a little annoying. You cannot use a normal cable, no! You need to use a special French cable, because everything French, c'est magnifique! Mwah! Meanwhile, in Germany, also great technology, Mercedes-Benz and Audi are producing some high-end EVs. And then there's Volkswagen, who sells the most cars in the world. They launched the ID series, which stands for Intelligent Design in English, but they call it E-Day because we are still German and we like the German language. And our vehicles will have logical names. Our first cars will be called the E-Day 3 and the E-Day 4, so you don't think they are our prototypes. And then, in 2022, we will continue with the E-Day 5, E-Day 6 and E-Day 7, which will look like the old VW bus from the 60s, because although we are German, we can still be groovy. And people love German logic, like the Eichrecht. Oh, everybody loves the Eichrecht. Yeah, the Eichrecht is good. You have to see the kilowatt measurement meter with your own eyes, so you can be precise and know exactly how many kilowatts you are putting into your car. And you must know it with Sicherheit. Because Sicherheit und Eichrecht ist Deutschland. Does making fun of Germans also work in the digital space? I'll bet ja. Actually, the Germans are really good sports. So I think it's time to continue the revolution. Today, we are going to talk about the opportunities in mobility and the good news, like improvements in battery life and how used EV batteries can find a second life, like by storing renewable energy in your house. And we will talk about the bad news, like about how after EV batteries have a second life in your house, then we throw them in a waste landfill. So, we've got an amazing and great program for you today. We're going to present the amazing story of Alain Visser, the CEO of Lynk & Co., who set out to create a new car and ended up with a revolutionary mobility concept. And hey, if it wasn't revolutionary, he wouldn't be here. We also have a riveting industry expert talk show about e-mobility, accelerators, and EV life cycle. We'll present key figures on the North American market, and by saying North American, that means that Canada will be included. And when you think it's over, you can still choose to find that golden business opportunity in short blind dates right here on the Revolution platform. It's kind of like Tinder, but all the guys will have their shirts on and none will be holding a dog. And then you'll be invited to stay for the North American program with even more amazing keynotes and panel sessions that will inspire and help us make a zero future possible. So on that topic, let me introduce Roger Atkins, everyone's favorite EV expert, and actually not just EVs, but also EGs, electric guitars. He's a musician turned business consultant, and his Electric Vehicles Outlook enterprise has been busy shaping an EV narrative on LinkedIn, where he has 250,000 followers. He's also an expert in autonomous and shared vehicles. Please welcome Mr. Electric Vehicle Outlook, Mr. Evolution, Roger Atkins.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello.
I don't think you can hear me.
Yes.
I can hear you, and I can see you.
Oh, man, we've been frantically in the background trying to sort the audio out, but we've got it.
Finally,
Right.
yeah.
It's worked. We missed no words, Roger.
Yeah, well, I was making lots of noises, but yeah, whatever. What can you do? You know, we did our best, and there we are. But
hey, it's not easy to change the world, Roger. No one said it was going to be easy.
Well, here's the thing, you know, this year hasn't been easy, but what I think is magnificent and great to see Alain joining us there from Sweden is that, you know, the whole world has come together. You know, this extraordinary challenge we've all faced. Yes, there's been dreadful, you know, situations for people personally and huge challenges for business and so on and so forth. But remarkably, we've all risen to that challenge and actually delivered. And I think everybody needs and deserves a pat on the back, a round of applause, and a big thumbs up for having got to December 2020 in one piece and looking forward and ready to next year. Can I just say something, by the way?
Sure.
We had a big event here this morning. So have you heard of a lady called Margaret Keenan?
Go on.
Margaret Keenan is 91 years old. She is the first person on planet Earth to be vaccinated for COVID-19.
Okay, very nice. The next chapter begins.
It does. And here's another question. Alain, you can answer this if you want to know. Who was the second person to be vaccinated? Trust me, guys, you will never know. You will never guess this answer. What was the name of the second person to be vaccinated?
Wow.
I have no idea.
Got it, Andrew? Any idea?
No, tell us.
William Shakespeare. I'm not making it up. There's this elderly gentleman in England, not the original William Shakespeare, another one, because obviously he'd be very... Yeah, so there you are. That's it. William Shakespeare's been vaccinated.
That is a wonderful English way to handle a vaccine. First, a lovely 90-something-year-old person, and then someone named William Shakespeare. We would have done it differently in America.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was
exactly.
From the
so there you are. Right. So you can see Alain, can't you? Is that correct, Andrew?
I only see you,
yeah,
but I hear him.
Sorry, because Gabriella's on the phone here if you have the background noise.
Okay. Listen, this is how these things all work. It becomes just one great big kind of gluing it all together, but that makes it fun. Andrew, so tell us a little bit more about what we've got this afternoon. We're going to go to America later on. We've got Alain with a pre-recorded presentation he's going to give us, and then we're going to do Q&A. Alain, I'm really looking forward to that. And we've got a nice panel session. We've got a poll. We've got a bunch of things coming up. How would you describe it? Or is it a nice mixed bag, Andrew?
It's a super mixed bag. I talked a little bit about what was upcoming here. Maybe it's also nice to sort of shout out the people who are watching it, because, the people out there are this community. They are the movement that are actually making the change to bring us, to a zero-emission world. And it kind of goes to show that you don't need to be, number one. You don't got to be Elon Musk at the top to make a difference. A lot of people in the mid-levels where we are, working together, without getting too fancy about it, to change the planet, to save the planet even. So I think that's another part of this whole story here, which is the hundreds of stories that are out there watching this now.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I have a genuine and honest belief, which is that everybody is an influencer. And this modern term about people on Instagram that wear white trousers so everyone else should, yeah, I know that exists, but you and everybody else watching this, whoever you are watching this in whatever country, you are an influencer because you influence your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your friends, in everything you do around trying to tackle and deal with climate change and many other things. So just don't imagine that influencing and influencers are these, as you say, Andrew, these people with, well-known names like, what was his name again? The guy, Elon something?
I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was a strange name. It's on the tip of my tongue. But even one step bigger, though, not just the friends and family influencing, to get people to take it more seriously, but, think about the important people with the unsexy outcomes of, like, increasing battery life by 2%. That's a revolutionary thing, to increase, the network of charging stations. These things are cogs in this wheel of this revolution that we are all a part of here. And we sometimes think about our job in the day-to-day version, but actually, it's important. We're doing things.
It is. So it's Gaia. That's the key word. It's Gaia. Everything's connected. So listen, without any further ado, we're going to listen to Alan's keynote. I think we got that as a pre-record, actually, Alain, but then you and I are going to be doing a live Q&A after that.
Let me give Alain a proper introduction, if I may.
Please do.
Okay, so Alain Fisser has always been a bit of a contrarian, wanting to change the way global manufacturers and dealership networks work. Alain is paving the way forward to make mobility an accessible, viable, and ultra-modern norm, creating Link & Co. in the process. In earlier lives, Alain was a bigwig at Volvo. He worked at General Motors. He was a member of the board of Adam Opel and spent 17 years at the Ford Motor Company. Please welcome Alain Fisser.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, it's great to be part of the revolution, and I think in the next 10-15 minutes I'd like to explain you a little bit what Link & Co is all about, what it is we're doing, how we're doing it, and also a bit why we're doing what we're doing. We started about 5 years ago with actually the briefing to start a new car company. And actually one of the first questions I asked myself then is, does the world really need a new car brand? And we came to the very simple conclusion that the answer is no. There's so many cars around there, there's so many brands, there's so many models, all cars look great, they are great. The world doesn't really need another car brand. Actually, the problem today is not the car that isn't good enough, it's mobility that isn't good enough. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing that we thought is that I am myself from the car industry after 34 years. Yes, I'm very old in the car industry. And interestingly, I have this very, very strong impression that the car industry for about 100 years has been doing the same. We engineer cars, we design cars, we have them made in our big plants, and then we ship them to dealers and they sell them and service them. It's a business model that works, and based on the profit number, it still works. But it's quite shocking, I think, to see how the world out there, the consumer trends are changing at an incredible pace. And a customer today has got nothing to do with a customer of 10 years ago, let alone 100 years ago. Yet, the car industry is doing still exactly the same as 100 years ago, which is, you could almost say, shocking. And then the last element is that you see a growing trend of sustainability, and the people care about this planet, which is probably the most motivating trend that exists in today's world. And if you look at the car industry today, it's not a sustainable business model, and it's not only the product with combustion engines that is not sustainable, it's also the business model. It's shocking to say, and you may have seen when we launched our brand recently, that we started from the simple fact that the average car on this planet stands still for 96% of the time. It's almost shocking to think that the most important purchase in your life is a house, but then you spend a lot of time in your house. The second most important purchase in your life is a car, and you spend 4% of your life in a car, and 96% it just stands there. It's a shocking reality that just continues to go on. Nobody stands still, and the industry continues. And we try to sell more and more cars, and we try to create more and more traffic jams, and mobility gets worse and worse. That's the reality of today. So with that being said, we said, let's do something very, very different. We called it Control-Alt-Delete, forget the car industry. We have a cool car, but let's do things very differently. So we basically started with a new business concept 5 years ago that we're actually launching as we speak with our first club here in Amsterdam, where we said, let's not create a better car brand, let's create a better mobility concept. And we started also with some of the interesting things that we have learned in the last years, is one of which is that young customers today still want mobility and actually spend quite a lot of money on mobility, whether it's Uber or whether it's public transportation or even rental cars. But they are not ready to spend 15,000 euros on buying a car. They also don't even want to spend 500 euros per month for the next 24 months because they have no idea what's going to happen with them in the next 3-4 months. Life is uncertain and they live day by day. They don't want to commit to a high amount for the next 24 months. So you basically see the trend going down of people buying cars. One of the most interesting studies I've seen in the last years is actually a Cambridge in England university study where they ask first-year graduates what is on their top list of things they want to achieve, get, buy, etc. And until 2012, the car was always number 1 or 2. 18, 90 years old wanted to buy a car. That's how I was when I was 18, a long time ago. Since 2012, the car is not even on the top 10 list anymore. That should shock the car industry. Yet what do? We try to make cars a bit better. So we basically said, let's do something else. Let's not sell cars. Let's improve mobility and sell mobility. So our offer, what we're trying to do is really try to convert the selling of cars into selling of mobility, and we sell month-to-month membership contracts where people get access to a vehicle, and that vehicle they have at their availability for 1 month. If they don't like it or if they don't need it the next month, they just return it. So it's just a 1-month commitment. So it's really quite hassle-free concept. Now the fact is, and we announced the prices of that membership just recently with 500 euros, we think is a very competitive price because all the, call it boring stuff is included, insurance, service, maintenance, etc. Everything is included. Now you can lower that price by sharing it, and we are, according to our information, the only car that has a sharing button. So if you say you pay your 500 euros per month, but you spend 5 days per month traveling and your car is parked at the airport, you press your sharing button, somebody has a Link & Co app just sees that your car is available and you can use that car and basically pay the owner or the member for using his car. If you say charge 40 euros per day, 5 days, 200 euros, suddenly your cost comes down from 500 to 300. So we really promote sharing. Our business model is not based on sharing, but we promote sharing. Why? Because it reduces the costs and it helps us to obtain our sustainable footprint, because of course the more you share, the less we need more cars on the road. So that's a bit the concept. It's brutally simple, but that's what we're gonna start with. Of course, our cars are also for sale, because we just want to do what consumers want to do. If they want to buy it, they can buy it, but our predominantly business model is based on membership, and in that membership, as I said, sharing. The choice of the car is super, super easy. I'm always intrigued, having been in the car industry, that you choose for a certain model, then you go to a dealership and then you realize you have 14 colors, 16 wheel sizes, diesel, petrol, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, etc., etc. Then you have a black or a beige leather. You have all these different options, and you go home not being sure, did I choose the right car? So we eliminate those hassles, and we basically have for two options, which is a PF or a HEV, a hybrid or a plug-in hybrid, and black or blue. So we increase the complexity of Henry Ford, only available in black, by double. We have two colors and just PF and HEV, which also means that not only it's super simple to choose one of our cars, but it also means that if you become a member on Monday, you have your car latest on Wednesday, because we also always have the right car available in stock. So that's a bit the concept, brutally simple in terms of choice, and simply a membership that we hope you share as much as possible. And then the last part, which is probably, I would dare to say, maybe even the most fun part, is where we want to make sure that it's not just convenience. I strongly believe that if you create a convenience brand, like, and sorry to say as an example, Uber, it's convenience, it's a very strong concept, but it's easy copyable. And if you copy the concept but at a lower price, you will not have loyal customers. They will just go to the cheaper version. So I strongly believe you need to create an emotional connection to your consumer that goes beyond the utilization of a product. So what we've created is try to create a lifestyle concept around the brand, where we create a community within the city where we're present. So for example, in Amsterdam, where we're going to open our first club, where we have opened, when you see this, our first club, our idea is that these clubs are not dealerships where we have just cars standing around in a boring way as in used car dealerships, but we basically have, it's a meeting point where you have a bar, where we have evening events, which could be anything with local artists, whether they're DJs, fashion designers, cocktail mixers, etc., etc. But it will always be in the theme of sustainability. So everything we do is around the theme of sustainability, because at the end of the day, the objective is to turn this non-sustainable industry into something that is genuinely sustainable. So that's a bit the lifestyle part, and that sustainability is a red thread that we really are very serious about. Another example on that is I think that we're the only brand offering a car, I don't like to call ourselves a car brand, that doesn't offer leather seats. That's for us an absolute no-go, even though 70% of cars sold on this planet have leather. We said we are not going to offer leather seats. Our seats are made of a material called Econil, which is actually made out of recycled fishing nets. And it actually looks really good. So that's a bit the concept. We want to create a mobility community around a car, but the car is only the starting point, it's not the end point. We will, of course, not have dealers, and that upsets maybe some dealers, that we will not have the traditional dealers. We want to own a retail ourselves, because that's the only way, I think, where you can deliver your promise, by owning it yourself. And we will open our clubs across Europe as we speak. The first one just opened in Amsterdam, next one in Sweden, then we go to Berlin, Paris, Milan, Barcelona, etc. But we assume that most of our transactions with the customers will happen online, but we will have the physical activities to also create this community. So that's in a nutshell a bit what we're all about. We're very proud about it, it's very exciting. Within the car industry, this is an absolute no-go, so we go against the flow. My strong belief is if you want to be relevant to a certain target customer, then you need to bring that customer into your company. If you would come into our team, you would never think that it's a car company. It's a very young team. I think I'm the oldest one in the organization, and it's people who have no car background. 80% of my employees have never been in the car industry. Actually, my VP marketing doesn't have a driver's license, if that doesn't say enough. So it's really trying to do something relevant to people, and I think it's those people themselves who have developed the majority of it. So we're really proud of it. I hope you understand a bit the concept. I think something that is, I think maybe for this specific target group, very important to mention is that this membership also in terms of sharing is of course a very crucial concept also for bigger companies that have fleets and that have a car park. In the sense that today any company would have, say, 50 directors and they have their company car. Our way of looking at it is why don't you have a fleet of cars in a company that you can share amongst your employees, because we have the app in there, therefore reduce your costs, have much more efficient use of a fleet of cars, and actually increase maybe your employee satisfaction because the cars can be usable not just for the top management team, unless you really want that, but also for other employees, and at the same time reducing the cost. So it's a concept where we think it's not just for individuals who want to make a sustainable message and really reduce cost in mobility, but it's also for companies who have a sustainability element as part of their corporate mission, and really in that way can contribute to sustainability by improving the efficiency of their fleet. So that's a bit it. I hope it says it all. I understand we're going to have a Q&A later, so I hope you like the concept, and I'm very looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much there. That was recorded, Alain, and now we've got live, Alain. So welcome to Revolution, Alain. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much. I was then in Amsterdam. I am now in Sweden, and it's great to be here.
Wonderful. Can I check? Do we speak in Chinese, Swedish, French, English? What do we need to do this in, Alain?
I would prefer in English. You can also do it in Flemish, but I guess that's not one of your strengths, Roger, right?
No, well, I lived in Brussels, so I did learn a little bit of Flamand and Walloon, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stick with English.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm going to throw a curve ball at you right from the start. So I think we might have a picture we can put up, which is somebody that I was actually with at the end of January this year. Do you remember when we could go to places and meet people and stuff? We did it for a couple of months. Yeah, so if they can pop a picture up that I've sent, that would be good. If not, don't worry. I was in Gothenburg with a few of your friends. I think you can see, look, I've lost a bit of weight since there as well. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, you did. And so did Peter.
Yes. So there you are. I'm with Peter Horbury. I'd come up to see Gangway and Mats Fagerhag and a few of the other people in your amazing organization, the Geely family, I would call it. And I asked Peter Horbury this question. I said, you've been in the auto industry now for what? Well over 40 years. You've designed iconic cars. You've worked at Ford, you've worked at Aston Martin, Volvo, etc. So before you finish, Mr. Horbury, are you going to design a car ever without a steering wheel? And he said, I already have. So here's my curveball question. What car might that be then?
That actually might be a Lynk & Co. And let's face it, I think the future of, the car industry is evolving at a pace that's never been seen before, which is not easy because it hasn't evolved at all. But when you look at the car in its simplicity, the electromobility is now, of course, a talk of the town, but autonomous drive is, of course, where everything is going to change. I think what people don't realize is autonomous drive is not just a change of the car, but will be a change of the mobility concept in total. And indeed, we are already, I would say what you've just heard in my presentation is step one of new mobility, I think step 2 is really autonomous drive, which is basically the cars will drive you around, and we can talk about that separately if you want to.
Yes, we will. But we're getting lots of questions in, so I'm going to have to be very focused on the time to make sure I give people the courtesy of asking their questions. Sure. But no, look, you know, because I've been watching lots that you've been doing, these last few years, one way or the other, and you may have, perhaps you've seen a few things on LinkedIn that I occasionally pop up. Your whole proposition here, I am completely with you on it. I like the 500 euros all in, not having to pay for anything else. I mean, because the real cost of motoring for all of us is so much more than we realize. And when you do start looking at it in detail, it's actually quite horrifying. And then when you add insult to injury by thinking you only use it for 5 or 10% of the time, it's just completely nuts. I love the fact you're talking about sharing. I love the car clubs. I love the lifestyle thing. And the reason why I say all of that isn't because I'm just trying to flatter you or say something that's kind of trendy and everything else. It's that these are important things to do with the shift towards tackling climate change and improving efficiency and delivering, if you like, circular economics, maximizing efficiency and maximizing utilization. So, these things are being done for a reason. They're not being done for fun, and they're not being done to be clever. They're being done, what's that phrase? Necessity is the mother of invention. I think that's what we'd be saying, Alan. So look, I'm going to jump straight into some questions because we've got lots. So here is, I think, the first one that came in from Marine. Why are you building your own cars from scratch instead of using existing vehicles on the market? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, well, I think the honest answer is we started with the briefing that based on the CMA platform, which, as you probably know, is shared between Volvo, the XC40, and also Polestar, we had a car. We had a really cool developed car. And starting with a car, we started with the concept of let's not just sell it, let's sell mobility. So yeah, the concept could also have worked without the car, where you basically use existing vehicles from other brands. But as we had a car, we basically said, let's build a model around that car and do something that is not just focused on the car, but uses the car rather than only focusing on it.
Yeah, I'm going to read this next question out from Peter, but I kind of think you've answered it in a lot of your presentation and what you just said there. What's actually the relative market position of Lynk & Co compared to Volvo and Polestar? Your USP, I think you described it, but would you like to just give that one?
Yeah. And we often get that question. I think one of the, I would almost say, challenges we have is that when Tesla launched the brand, you could say the Tesla story is the first electric car. Our story, as you just heard, is a bit more complex than that. It's a longer story. If you would summarize it in one nutshell, I would almost say we're the Netflix of the car industry. So within the portfolio of brands, you see some car brands that have a mobility angle, but in our case, we're really the mobility brand. So yeah, I like the phrase of it's the streaming of the streaming service of the car industry.
I like it. I'm going to get these coming quick and fast because it's very easy when you're hosting these things to just, say your own thing and not let people who are watching ask their questions. So I'm keen to do that. Ahmed says, how is Lynk & Co.'s business model different than a traditional car rental business? I did have that thought in my mind as well. Maybe not recently, but certainly the beginning of things. Yeah. How are you different to Hertz or Avis or people like this?
Well, I think that's the part I'm in the presentation about convenience. For me, a rental car company is pure convenience. You pay amount of money, you get a car and you can use it. In our case, I would say it's two differences. One, of course, is that you can also share the car. So in that way, you can reduce your costs and have a more sustainable footprint. And more importantly is in the rental car, you pay an amount and you have the car. In our case, you have the car, the ability to share, plus also the perks that you get of being invited to some of our events, get tickets for music festivals, etc. So we really want to build these, I know it sounds a bit religious community, but sort of this events around the brand that make you part of something fun that goes beyond the car.
No, I think that's exactly the right thing to do, because I think if you're moving something away from ownership, which has attraction and has, merits and benefits to it, albeit we talk about the cost, you can't just replace that with a going to A and B thing, because you're just a taxi company. So I think that makes sense in what you're saying. So Felix is asking, with all this talk about sustainability at the core of the brand, why are you offering anything else other than a BEV, and even launch without a BEV option? I think that's a very fair question.
Very valid question. And of course, it's been a long discussion because, as you know, within the family, the BEV is available as a technology, and we could have gone for that vehicle. We have deliberately not opted to do so because, as you know, we want to keep the brutal simplicity in our business model. That means one single car. And we believe if your business is focused on one single vehicle, then today is not the day yet to go with BEV only, given the infrastructure. The technology is good enough, the cost has come down significantly, but from a pure convenience point of view, today's infrastructure in terms of charging poles is not yet there. Yet we clearly believe that the future of the car industry, but also of Lynk & Co, will be pure BEV.
Yeah. Well, as you know, EV Box have been trying to do their best to get this infrastructure out there, to get the kit out with their customers and get it all involved. So yeah, that stuff's definitely going there. Mark asked a question. 500 euros still is quite a big commitment for a lot of people. So how does the model work in terms of sharing? You mentioned you can share the vehicle, but can people kind of split a subscription, so to speak? So, myself and my friend next door, we chip in 250 euros and we've got it between us. Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. We see the concept has three possible utilizations, or you could say four. The first one is you just buy a subscription and you use the car only for yourself. The second one is you make it available to anybody and you make it available shareable, and anybody has the app can use it. The third one is, as a company, you have a fleet of cars and they can be used amongst all employees or specific members of employees. And the last one is, as you said, which we believe could be a big target group, is like 2-3 friends or a family, where you say we share the cost with 3 friends. We each pay 100 euros amongst 5 friends, and we use the app to just make sure that we use the car whenever it's available. So yes, that is absolutely possible. So you can limit the amount of members to as many or as few as you want to.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing this thick and fast. I hope you're okay doing that. But you're giving
I am. I hope my answers are short enough. It's maybe not my strength.
And people, this isn't prepared for. This is all coming in live. So this really does put you on your toes and shows that you do know what you're talking about, which is always good from a senior, I got to tell you, because they don't all know it, So Mikhail says, I'm wondering how to make EV vehicles more affordable for those that live outside of densely populated areas. This is a really interesting question. I'm glad Mikhail's brought this up. When we talk so much about this revolution coming, this connected, autonomous, shared and electric, for a lot of people who don't live in a city, don't live in a dense urban area, they just can't comprehend or imagine that you can just, pick up your phone, press a button and the car arrives. And it can't. It's not going to be like that. Would it be right to say to people that this is predominantly a proposition that is evolving, again, a managed transition, predominantly initially for maybe the next 5 or 10 years, maybe even a decade, which is going to be focused on the urban environment, on cities and big towns. Is that correct, Alain?
That is absolutely correct. And we assume that our target customers will be very much city-based. And let's face it, let's be also very honest. We know that our target customer, we're not talking the big audience. According to our statistic, there's about 10% of car buyers today are open for something very different. But of these 10%, the big majority lives in the cities.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's an amazing time. And it is happening quicker. I've heard him quoted, a German economist. He's not with us anymore. He passed away a few years ago, called Rudiger Dornbusch. And he was asked, when they were talking about some economic aspect, that he said this: things tend to change slower than you thought they could, and then things start to change. No, things start to change quicker, slower than you thought they would, but then things change quicker than you thought they could. And I think your point about the auto industry, because you're talking there about not having dealers, you're talking there about essentially selling fewer cars. All of these things are not comfortable conversations to be having with existing established OEMs. That being said, they are all well aware of it, and they're full of very smart people. You know, these are not amateurs. You know, when you bump into and meet and talk to someone like Oleg Kalenius, you know, he's no fool. So how do you think they're going to manage this transition from this singular business model they've had for 100 years or more into versions of what you're already doing with Lynk & Co?
Well, yeah, and it's a difficult question, and it's also very difficult to answer, because I have the only explanation that I have why it hasn't changed yet is the fact that it's been profitable for a century. So if you make money, you're less inclined to change. I just think that it's, to your question, it will be necessity. I am of the strong belief that if the car industry doesn't finally wake up, it will indeed just be a car manufacturing industry that will supply cars to service providers. And you know how that will change, because then basically these people will just buy cars who gives the most discounts and the best price, and the business model will be broke.
Yes.
So I think that is a very high risk to happen. And then what you will see is that you will have mobility providers that offer these vehicles with autonomous drive, and it will be like a driverless Uber. And then I think all the big volume brands will be in serious problems in terms of the volumes in the cities. And the remaining part that I think will then exist is this second category, which I think like to call the toys for boys, is the Ferraris, Porsches, etc., or toys for anyone, as you would say, is basically those luxury cars that will not be used but will be bought. And I like to make the comparison, as you know, with expensive watches. The world has never needed less expensive watches than today, because you have the time on your phone. But the market is booming. Why? Because it's toys for boys, and I think that will exist now. So I think the car industry has its own destiny in hands, and if it decides to stay a car industry, then it's going to have very serious troubles.
Yeah, it's like, what's that song that goes out there? Maybe trouble ahead.
Exactly.
It's sounding a bit like that, isn't it? But listen, two more quick questions. I want to get a couple more in from the audience, Alan, and thank you so much for all that you've answered so far. Raymond says, what about the charging of the car? Anyone who's got an EV knows, I know myself, you know, the number of cards you need, apps you need, and little things to go on your key fob. How will you deal with people who've got none of that, and then are you using, maybe sharing the car? What's the challenge there? Are you hoping the evolution will be that it's just tap and pay? Oh, by the way, I went to the world's first fully singing and dancing electric forecourt the other day here in the UK, I'm proud to say, and that was just tap and pay. You don't need to be a member of anything. Honestly, I can't tell you what a delight it was. So what do you think of Raymond's question? How are you going to deal with the charging thing?
So obviously we deal with the charging technology and infrastructure that exists today. And that's also one of the reasons, Roger, why we're saying that technology is not there yet. I find it always very amusing when I read an article of a car that says it can be charged in 10 minutes. And we say, wow, but imagine you would stand at the petrol station today and had to charge your diesel or petrol during 10 minutes. You would be so incredibly disappointed. So let's face it, in 5 years, we're going to laugh at the fact that in 2020, it took still half an hour or even 10 minutes to charge a battery.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Another quick one. This is from Bjorn. How do you see the competitive advantage and challenges compared to plays by the legacy automakers and car rental and leasing companies? You know, you're out there explaining what you're doing. You're building the name and the brand. You're putting in the ecosystem and all things that go around it. Are you not just giving some of these people a template to say, aha, that's how you do it, and then they'll just come marching in? Well, what do you think they're not?
I'll tell you one simple thing. We launched this concept in Berlin in October 2016. And I thought by that time exactly what you said now. And I thought, okay, we're going to launch in 19. At that time, we thought 19, now it's 20. And I thought by then they will have all copied it. What has happened? Nothing. And it just shows how much I'm serious about my first point, that this industry is sleeping.
Yeah. Okay. One final question then in terms of price. I'm not going to make a political point here, but I am European, so I'm thinking of Europe, you know, and all the countries that make up this geographic area. Is that €500 a flat fee wherever you are? Is it the same in France as it is in Spain or Belgium, Portugal, or Great Britain?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It is. Okay, good. That's simple and easy to understand. Well, look, we're kind of at our time slot. We only had, 15, 20 minutes, but I reckon we rattled through at least a dozen questions there, Alan. That was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And look, I wish you well. You know from my own kind of mantra that I think this is the line of travel we have to take. I thought Mate Rimac last week, by the way, during the FT Live event, I smashed it when he talked about the evolution of batteries and what they don't need to be able to do because of the changes coming towards us. And I think that was, he was very prescient of all the things that are coming. I'm sure you know Mate Rimac anyway. But for now, thank you very much. Good season's greetings to all of your friends. Please tell everybody in Sweden and everyone you meet, it isn't just William Shakespeare that's going to get the vaccine. It is going to be there for everybody. And, we wish you well and look forward to seeing you sometime in person, whether in Sweden or elsewhere. But for now, Alan, merci bien. Thank you very much. What's it in Swedish? Tack så mycket.
Tack så mycket. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Roger. All the very best.
See you
Bye,
again.
everybody.
Goodbye.
Thanks.
Right.
Very much for mediating that wonderful conversation. Very insightful. I have to say the most shocking thing for me was hearing an Englishman describe himself as European. So that was actually quite refreshing.
Well, half of us voted for one thing and half voted for something else. I'm not going to get into it any more than that. But
thank you, Rupert Murdoch.
Vote again, I think 9 out of 10 people would vote for something and not the other thing. But that's another story.
Okay, maybe that's a nice bridge into a little unusual surprise that we have here. It's a bit of a musical interlude, and Roger, it doesn't seem to be something that we would expect to find you in. I mean, certainly you're a creative person, but this is, for me, maybe a little bit outside your comfort zone. How did this come about?
I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew, to be honest with you. What is this? What have you got, a surprise?
Let's play the video.
Okay. I like driving, I like driving, I like driving, I like driving, I like driving in my car. Actually, it's a Jaguar.
Rapping too? Everything and rapping? What can't you do?
This is Big Brother. I've been secretly filmed. I know what's going on here. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Why don't we move on to your next panel here? We've got a expert talk show queued up here. Well, rather, you have it queued up here. It's about eMobility accelerators and EV life cycle, mass market adoption and demand, batteries, manufacturing, and repurposing. You're going to be hosting our expert panel. We've got Felipe Chain, Auke Hoekstra, Peter van Ekster, Arjen van Rooyen, and we got a mix of people who are in the studio and virtually. I'm excited to see it. Let me not take any more time. Take it away, Roger.
Well, thank you. And I'm so glad you made that introduction of everybody, Andrew, as well, because your pronunciation was perfect, was spot on. So welcome to our guests. You are all quite extraordinary people. I know that. Perhaps the audience don't, but they're about to find that out because we're going to have a little Q&A, go through a number of things. I'm not going to mess about, guys, so I'm going to come straight out with the first question. And I'm probably going to ask, if I may, Philippe on this. Say a little bit about who you are before you answer the question, Philippe, but I'll ask you first, then I'll come to Auke and the other guys. So Here's the thing, Asia dominates raw material supply. It dominates mineral processing and battery manufacture. And I suppose you could say the USA leads the world in digital capabilities, connectivity and the like. So where does that leave Europe right now? Mr. Philippe Chain, tell us who you are and have a stab at that question, please. Oh, you're on mute at the moment, Philippe, or we can't hear you.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, hi Roger, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Philippe Chain. I usually introduce myself as an automobile engineer. So, and now specialized in electric vehicles for the last maybe 30 years. And with my background working for automobile manufacturers such as Renault, Nissan for about 20 years. And then Tesla, I was the VP for quality when we launched Model S. And later on joined Audi and a few other experiences. So, and I am now one of the co-founders of Verkor, a French European battery manufacturer, or maybe future battery manufacturer. So a great new adventure here. Going back to your question, yes, Europe, is actually the fastest growing EV market, or plug-in EV market. So yes, some of the raw materials come from other parts of the world, but Europe clearly has the customer advantage here. So when it comes to building the market, I think now one of the biggest priorities is to build a European ecosystem for EVs, especially batteries, but also all the charging infrastructure, of course. So yeah, I think Europe is a very promising playing field.
Good. And when you say Europe, just to check, you do include us as well, don't you?
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. So we've got Peter and Aaron in the studio. So I'm going to come to them after I've introduced Alko. He's going to tell us a little bit about himself. I've only recently come across Alko, I've got to tell you, but what I've discovered is somebody who is a word I love, strident. Alka is confident in what he explains. He's forensic in his knowledge and understanding of things, and he's not frightened of saying it the way it is. So this is a very good person to have, I think, on a panel like this, a very good person to have within the whole process of shifting to renewables, clean tech, electric vehicles, etc., because he doesn't mince his words. So Alka, please tell us a little bit more about you and tell us, how are we going to catch up with China? Are you with Asia, the whole of Asia, are you as confident as Philippe clearly is?
Yes, about myself, Auke Hoekstra. I wrote my first book on electric vehicles, I think 13 years ago. And I've been fascinated with the technology ever since. And what my mission in life is basically to accelerate this transition towards electric vehicles, but also towards renewable energy. And for that, you can't mince words. If you are unclear, things don't move along as quickly. So I'm not a combative person at all, but I do like things to move along. Now about your question, can we keep up with China and with the US? Well, actually, I'm very impressed by what happened with the Volkswagen recently. I think the ID.3 is a really impressive platform. I'm absolutely not impressed with what's happening in Japan, for example. So they're probably being the laggards at the moment. To be honest, US, Tesla is really good, but Tesla is small. Let's face it, Tesla is not going to drive the sort of volumes, at least not soon, that we see, for example, from Volkswagen and Toyota. So I actually think that Europe is waking up, and I really, really hope, I've said this many times, that Europe wakes up soon enough, because this is going to be a big change, much, I think, faster than any automaker expects, maybe except for Tesla. And if they don't move fast, there are going to be a lot of job losses in Europe. But I think we're sort of catching on.
Good. I'm very pleased to hear that. A couple of other things before I go to the studio. I'd just like to say, Alka, I think you have the best library, the best selection of books that I've seen behind anybody on any Zoom call or otherwise I've been on all year. So hats off to you for that. And may I ask a personal question? Forgive me for it being personal, but is that a lockdown beard or did you have that before March 2020?
Is there a what?
Is it a lockdown beard? Have you grown that during lockdown?
The beard is a bit older. Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's very, very impressive. Very impressive. So look, same question into the studio. So please, Peter, just tell us a little bit about you and do you believe we can, Europe can catch up, maybe overtake Asia? That would be even better. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, for sure. So a bit about me. I'm Peter van Exter and I work at an organization called Metabolic. And my background is in industrial ecology. And that is a new field of science. It's also called the science of sustainability. And it looks at the interaction and the symbiosis between our environment and economic system as they're inherently linked. And what really fascinates me and what is my focus is how can we merge this transition of the energy transition on one hand with our resource transition to a more circular and sustainable system. And in our energy transition, you see more like a shift towards resources, and that fascinates me, of course. And you see there's a lot of really nice, complex aspects. At least I think that's nice in the sense that it's fascinating and interesting. And you see a lot of innovation happening, which is really incredible also to catch up. Like even like this year, looking at what Europe has been doing to scale up battery installations, for instance, but also what Auke just mentioned on Volkswagen and their ambitions and their plans on closing the loop, reducing life cycle emissions throughout the supply chain. That's incredible. I do think, like as Europe, we definitely have about 20 years or so to catch up with, let's say, China, who's been more into the resource assurance for about a couple of decades. And that long-term thinking is something that we should also adopt as Europeans and as European industry and use collaboration to actually accelerate this transition.
Yes. Yeah, no, well, I'm completely with you. And without being how can I put it? Well, too historic. I mean, Europeans have collectively extraordinary talents, across all of the countries in a lot of fashion. So I'm with you too. I think we have more than an ability to catch up. And I noticed both Philippe and and Auke were nodding there. So we're in agreement. Aaron, do you have a different view? Do you think Europe?
Yeah. We can make it, but there's still a lot of effort to take.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Complacent. We definitely mustn't be complacent for sure. Aaron, tell us a little bit about yourself, please, and what do you think? Are we going to catch up?
So, Arjan Verhooyen, I'm the CTO of EVBox. I've been with EVBox for 3 years. I'm a technology evangelist. I've been entrepreneuring several companies. I'm more on the software side originally than on the product side, but really happy to be in this energy business. With regards to your question, definitely we see the big automotives, especially the German side, picking up quite strongly. And I also agree with Auke that the platforms that are brought to market nowadays that are really designed to be EV-centric really make a big difference. And of course, the first vehicles coming to market like the ID3 and ID4 are really positive signs to build a very robust platform going forward. And this is also a stepping stone towards newer charging abilities and new generation of charging capabilities that we will see. So definitely a big step up. And of course, we're still lagging in terms of adoption in some sectors and also in charging. But we definitely see a big push coming from all the different markets in Europe.
Good. Well, listen, you've been there 3 years, but Philippe, you want to make a point.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just adding to that, I completely agree. I'm very convinced that the EV market will continue to grow. I don't know if it's a better word than explode, but just as you were saying earlier.
Yeah, no, don't say explode.
No. Okay, but it's going to grow maybe even faster than we think it could, as you said earlier. And there are mainly three reasons for that. We hear a lot about what is preventing the market, the EV market and so we hear, of course, about infrastructure, and the eVBox and the other companies are doing a great job at that. But I think what's the most interesting is the accelerators. So there are three main driving forces. And of course, the number one is environmental regulation. And the Europe CO2 regulation has been very, very strong to impose that. The number two is the economic drive. Especially the price of batteries going down is changing the whole landscape for the customers. So now it's becoming much cheaper to drive an EV than an internal combustion car.
Yeah, well exactly.
The third factor. And the third factor is actually customer experience. It's just, I strongly believe electric vehicles are offering a much higher experience, much better. Of course, it's silent, acceleration, and everything. Yes. And this will play a big role. So the demand will be actually driving the market.
Yes. No.
Can I jump in there, if I may?
Can I come to you in just a second? Yeah, I will, because I just wanted to jump back actually to Aaron. Given that you've been at eVBox, 3 years, company's been going 6 years, can I ask you this? And then I want to come to Alka, because I know he has some good views on this, and please say what you're going to say, Alka. Aaron, China's is massively invested in charging infrastructure to encourage EV adoption. The USA is enjoying, of course, Tesla superchargers, and then the last 30 months, Electrify America, rolling out over 500 plus now charging stations. How is Europe measuring up? You supply your equipment and work with all sorts of people, and we've got Ionity here, but really, is that going quickly enough, and is it well structured enough to be that kind of bridgehead to bringing in all of these people buying EVs, Aaron? What do you think? And then I want to come to Alka on that. Aaron?
Yeah, certainly we see a big uptake in the EV charging infrastructure. And for example, a lot of subsidy programs in Europe has been initially focused on the vehicle itself, getting people in to drive an EV. And now, over the recent quarters and last months, you see a huge shift towards the charging infrastructure. And so the focus has now really shifted to making sure that we have the infrastructure to be able to charge all the cars that are going to be electric driving around Europe. And so, for example, you see big introductions. For example, in Germany, there's been a new program introduced at the beginning of this month, €900 subsidy for installing a charger at home, a connected charger that delivers the new generation of capabilities. So these type of initiatives really will be driving the adoption and the installment of charging infrastructure, not just the fast charging networks. Obviously, a lot of people still are comparing driving with a fast charging network. But let's be realistic, the majority of charging sessions will be done at home or at the workplace environment.
Yes.
So we need to be ready on both fronts, both on domestic charging as well as charging around the corridors.
Yes. Alka, you wanted to say something, and what do you think about charging infrastructure? So
I'll do the charging infrastructure first.
Okay, thank you.
Because first of all, I think we have also reason to be proud in Europe, because we were actually the first place where they developed open standards for this kind of thing. We were among the first places in the world where they actually made a charge point that did more than just, supply the usual electricity from the grid, but also was smart enough to talk with the car, etc.
Okay.
I think that is one of the reasons that eVBox is such a large company also, that we in the Netherlands in this case really were moving on this far before, for example, China or America were taking this seriously. So let's not be too modest, but let's keep it up now, because we Europeans are very good at starting stuff and then sort of slacking back. So
Oh, I thought it was just the British. I thought we were good at that. I'm glad to hear everybody else.
Well, actually, the British, for example, at phasing out coal and now very, very aggressively phasing in electric vehicles. I think you British, you seem so conservative, and often you vote conservative, but when it comes to sustainability, you do a lot of good stuff, actually. So yeah. But I mean, if you look at coal phase out, for example. But anyway, what I've been telling people for a long time now, if you look pound for pound or euro for euro, then actually subsidizing, for example, or pushing vehicle infrastructure gives you more bang for your buck than pushing cars. So that's something to really keep in mind. We focus all the money on the cars. But the thing I really wanted to react to is what Philip said, because I think a lot of people sort of don't get that. Namely that for the moment, people think it's a subsidy or regulation-driven market. And I think for maybe a couple of years, that will be maybe the dominant characteristic. But I really think that before 2025, at the latest, everybody will recognize that this is simply a new technology like LED replacing incandescent light bulbs. This is not something that you have to push from a government side forever. So that's why it's going to be much faster than you think it could. And if you look at exponential growth, actually, if we just keep up the exponential growth of the last 10 years or something, it will be done in 10 years. Now, I'm not saying that will happen, but basically, exponential growth looks like an explosion, while it's very predictable. So this is really happening.
Okay, can we agree not to talk about explosions, because we've been talking about batteries? Anyway, moving swiftly on. Peter, so you've got an interesting perspective on where this charging proposition is coming from. Making money from charging is notoriously challenging at the moment because we're a bit chicken and egg. The utilization isn't necessarily that high. But yeah, the Chinese, they absolutely went for it big time with charging infrastructure. So are you as confident as our other three guests that we're not doing too bad a job?
I'm not an expert in charging infrastructure, so I cannot answer to that question.
Okay.
I was more referring to their strategy on raw material resources, and also that point what Auke was making on exponential growth. Don't mention the E word. I think that is really interesting, and like the last decade, we've really seen the last 6 months, we've really seen exponential growth in a really compressed timeline, and we see also how we're not able to actually anticipate on this. While if you look at models, you can really predict it, exactly what Auke was mentioning. And I think the next 10, 20 years, you'll see this exponential growth of EV adoption. And I think it's going to be really interesting how the resources that are necessary for that are going to be sourced. And I think this is where this compressed timeline and also any disruptions can also disrupt like the rollout of EV. So I think having more focus, also as Europe, because most of these resources don't come from in our own country, is something we should consider more and be more aware of and play a more important role in, also in a geopolitical sense. So that's what really fascinates me. And I think on the short term, we should make sure that we can sustainably and ethically source these materials. And at the same time, now we should invest in design and standards also for circular battery design so that we can actually close this loop in the next 10, 20, and maybe 30 years.
Yes. No, I'm completely with you there. There is no point shifting from internal combustion into electrification and just ignoring some of the realities, harsh realities around mining, mineral processing and manufacture. That just makes us a bunch of hypocrites and actually doesn't change anything, or it doesn't change enough. I'm going to inevitably ask you the next question, Philippe, because you have this extraordinary experience from Renault, as you say, to Tesla. I met you, worked with you briefly at Ricardo, and then I know you're at Audi as well, of course. So I'm going to ask you first, but I'm really interested in everyone's perspective. How quickly can Europe establish a network, a real network of gigafactories, and how successful it's going to be building that supply chain, that ethically sourced supply chain of minerals, etc. You know, I know from some of the metrics I've seen from people like Benchmark Mineral Intelligence that there's nearly 200 gigafactories now in plan around the world, but something like 3/4 of those, you guessed it, in China. So you're building one with Vercors in France. I know there's a couple of others in plan. How quickly can we get on with this, and how good are you going to be with the supply chain, Philippe?
Yes, I think quick is the key word here. As we said, the market is growing very, very fast, and is going to grow even faster and faster. So, and on the other hand, the battery technology has made tremendous progress over the last 10 years, 5 to 10 years. And now we have a convergence in the battery chemistries. So, and the next 5 to 10 years, the focus will be probably not very much on the chemistry improvement, but more on the process improvement and the scalability. So the gigafactories exactly. So the key here is to bring manufacturing capacity available to the market in Europe as quickly as possible when the market is going through this expansion phase. And yes, so this so-called stability in the chemistry will help building this raw material supply chain that we were just mentioning, especially in Europe, and all the not only the mining but also the refining, and let's not forget all the other components of the battery, such as electrolyte, chemicals, separators, and all this also play a very big role. That's why we at Vercors, we have adopted what we call the fast follower strategy, and to make sure we can be quick to the market and focus on improving the process and helping driving down the cost by reducing the manufacturing cost, and through digitalization, smart manufacturing, and all these new technologies that can really help.
I saw some of that, funnily enough. Yesterday, I went to the Battery Innovation Centre, the BIC, in the UK, and I was stunned just how much they are prepared to do that. And of course, this is a facility open to everybody. It's not a little quiet, private, secret thing in the UK. This is about helping everybody progress. So I'm not giving them an advert as a commercial as such, but I sort of am, because it was very impressive. Alka, you've been following this now for what, as you said, 13 years or something like that. You can see that as much as charging infrastructure is pretty critical, having these gigafactories like Philippe is building, so we wish him well with that, is so important. What's your sense of how quickly it's happening? Fast enough?
Never fast enough, but pretty fast. I mean, if you look at it, people often underestimate how incredibly fast batteries have improved. I mean, I think about 10 times cheaper over the last 10 to 15 years,
yes.
5 times lighter, at least 5 to 10 times, I think 5 times at least times that they last longer. Mm-hmm. So if you multiply all that, it's incredible what's happening with batteries. And we certainly haven't seen the end of this process yet. It's often little things like improving your electrolyte or something that really help this battery along. So it's an incredibly fast process overall. And I completely agree with Philip that the big challenge now is basically getting those factories where processing is key. But another step I think that we will sort of get to very, very soon is basically what Peter has made a very good effort of explaining. And that is that resources are going to be more and more key. And we had a little bit of a tiffy, I think 2 years back now or so, where Peter said, well, just beware that scaling up resources is going to be a big problem. And I said, wow, we can do that. But basically the point is that in Europe, I think we have to focus more and more about where do we get the resources. We also have to do mines in Europe, I think, and that because it's simply too easy to outsource it all. And when we outsource it, we really have to look at doing it sustainably, etc. I mean, CO2 emissions, fine, we've got that now. batteries are getting cheaper. Fine, we've got that now. Now we really have to look at where do we get the stuff.
Yes. No, I agree. Well, we've got Portugal, we've got Finland, we've even got Cornwall with lithium. So, one way or the other, there is some around. I mean, not all of it. And of course, it isn't just about lithium, manganese, nickel, cobalt, all of these different things. Listen, I'm very conscious we're getting questions in, and I just want to make sure that we get around as best we can. So what I'm going to do, if I may, I'm not going to ask the battery factory question of our friends in the audience, in the studio, but I would like to come to you guys, to you first, Peter, and say, should we be focusing much more on electric fleet operators and their charging needs rather than cars and individuals? And what's your sense of that, Peter?
Well, I think your previous speaker made an excellent point of the future of the car industry and how also car sharing is going to make a difference. And I think that's also going to be key for, the future, and maybe the bigger question that we need to ask is maybe not about how can we make sure that we have enough electric vehicles ready by 2030, but more how can we make sure that we can transport enough people from A to B by 2030. So that's a bit of a different question, and it's a bit of looking from a different perspective, but I think that's going to open up a lot of really interesting opportunities and also new business models, etc. That also allows us to decouple more from our resources and the function, because cars are a function to provide a function, a service to get you from A to B. So I think we could also have more focus indeed on, let's say, fleet operators to allow for that. That would be my take on that.
Okay, so Aaron, there you are. You're at EVBox. I mean, what are you already doing? What are you busy with right now with fleets? With taxi operators or even commercial vehicles. How is that looking? That development?
Well, of course, we see a lot of uptake on basically towards transport as a service, fleet cars, car sharing programs, mostly in the bigger cities, and of course that adoption is key. I mean, in Amsterdam you can pick up an electric car. It's always charged. You can drive around. Charging is free, so the infrastructure is there to facilitate it. But we also see, of course, the adoption of fleets with last mile delivery vehicles, which of course is becoming key to actually support the ambitions of cities and European unions to actually move all of the combustion engines out of the city. We see that adoption already happening a lot, and of course the charging infrastructure is not so different from a transport as a service model. Obviously the ratio of amount of cars is going to be quite different. So the more uptake there is as a transport as a service, the less cars you would need eventually, and also that will have a total impact on the resources needed as well as the charging infrastructure needed in the different markets.
Yeah, it's going to get very interesting on the numbers. Listen, I'm going to jump into questions from the audience because this is always a key part of EVBox events. It should be about the audience. So one for you, Alka. And can I just say before I ask it, I've driven a PHEV. It doesn't make me a bad person. I've got an EV now, but there you are. Alka, this is from Renke. Do you think it's useful for OEMs to still bring PHEV models to the market?
I'm not a marketeer. What I can just say is that I've been predicting for a long while that PHEVs were a sort of transitory phase. And I think as batteries get cheaper, they will be phased out. But for now, depending on your lineup, etc., it can still, I think, for the coming years, be a good choice.
Okay. Christian asked this question. In the context of repurposing EV batteries, how can we create circular economics, and which European country is likely to be leading this? Now, you're building a battery factory, Monsieur Shane. So what are you going to do in terms of recycling? It feels a long way away. The bit about recycling is, but hang on, isn't that another 5-10 years down the line? What do you think to Christian's question?
Yes, recycling is definitely a very important part of battery manufacturing in any case. So you're right. The first thinking is, yeah, we have time. We're introducing batteries in the market in the next 2-3 years, and then they will last for at least 10 years. So we have time. Well, first thing is that you need to build an industry. So it takes a little time and investment, and also the stakeholders and many other things. So let's start now. But the second thing is we are building manufacturing operation. We're building a factory, and the factory has to deal with many different materials, especially scraps and refuse, and so it makes a lot of sense when you miss out on something, instead of just discarding all the materials, to be able to immediately recycle these part of the materials into your process. So immediately it makes sense to have a recycling facility very close to your manufacturing site. So definitely that's what we have in mind at Verkor. And just to mention a very important player, that's Northvolt in Sweden, that is already ahead of us in this game. They already announced this very, very large recycling facility next to their gigafactory.
Yes. Do you know, I thought when you told me you were going to build a battery factory, I wanted to suggest that you called yourself Southvolt.
Yes, that would have been a good idea. I mean, I definitely recognize the parenthood with Northvolt.
Okay, so I'd like to go into the studio then and ask Peter this question. Could battery reuse also be integrated into on-site microgrids to reduce demand and associated grid impact costs? So the reuse principle, the use, reuse and recycle bit. So that reuse thing, how do you see that working? It kind of is starting to work in some places, isn't it? It's not a nebulous concept. It can and looks like it might happen. Do you agree?
Yeah, well, you see it more and more, and again, like with this exponential growth, you also see a bit delay, because we now have an exponential uptake, and then in 10 years there will be a lot of batteries coming off the market for second use, and then finally for a recycling process. And it's really about retaining that value. Well, first of all, utilizing that value as much as possible. So utilizing the battery for various purposes. First of all, drive it as much as you can, and then go one step down, make sure that you can apply it into a microgrid system, or in a grid balancing system. And then at a certain point, you get into refurbishment, recycling, etc. And I think all those steps need to be catered for, so that you take that that pathway down and make that sure that's as long as possible. And I think we already need to think about battery and battery design and battery chemistry to make sure that we have the infrastructure, and those are super capital intensive infrastructure that we need for the proper recycling of lithium, cobalt, etc.
Okay. Alka, one from you from Nico. What is the reason that charging infrastructure subsidies are more efficient than car purchase subsidies to accelerate EV adoption? Is there any empirical proof for this, evidence for this? What works best?
Well, the main reason is that to roll out to get uptake, you of course need both cars and charging infrastructure, right? But actually, you need less chargers than you need cars, and actually the chargers are much cheaper than the cars. So if you then see that a lot of people are hesitant to buy a car because they're not sure of the charging infrastructure, then basically it's hard to explain, because we model all this and then you get all kind of feedback loops. But getting it into words would say that creating a system from the charging infrastructure side that's very conducive to fast growth is actually not that expensive, and pushing that growth when the charging infrastructure is lacking simply takes a lot more money to convince people to buy the car through, for example, subsidies, or because they know by now that it's cheaper on a TCO basis or something. So, yeah, the reason is basically it's cheaper to begin with.
Sure. Okay. Back into the studio then. Aaron, I would like to ask you this question. You're a pretty sophisticated organization. You're part of NG in France, so you've got, a lot of reach, a lot of resources, a lot of access into the whole kind of energy ecosystem. So Sahil is asking, do you see vehicle to grid really picking up in the future? Or is this something that's theoretical, but when it comes into operation, a lot of domestic properties simply aren't equipped to push electricity in and out? What's your vision for where V2G can go?
Well, definitely V2G has a big promise, and And of course, we need all of the steps to be ready to be able to fulfill that dream. It will make, of course, the charging infrastructure a lot more scalable, and it will actually use the cars actually to support the grid functionality. And so what we have been doing in our latest fifth generation charging technology, that we have been embedding V2G support in terms of the communication protocols like ISO 15118 as standard in all the charging infrastructure, not just DC but also AC. And this is just step one, that enables all kind of new charging and smart charging opportunities, taking second generation local storage into account with a local energy management system within the household, for example, taking PV to local storage and charging in combination with local storage battery, second life battery from the house in combination with the car. That's step one. And then, of course, when more onboard chargers actually enable bidirectional flow, we can actually facilitate not the grid itself, but at least the building. That would be the second step of facilitating vehicle to grid. And ultimately, when more and more infrastructure is ready, including cars and chargers and the networks itself, the grids itself, we will actually be able to effectively do vehicle to grid, and even when the plant goes down, we can continue to all operate based on the electricity available in the virtual grid in the EVs.
Okay.
Can I quickly jump into there?
Yeah,
maybe?
go, Malco. Yeah, please do.
Because we've done a couple of simulations now on the V2G, and I think a couple of years ago, everybody thought it was kind of a dud because, you were already afraid that your battery wouldn't last the lifetime of your car. Mm-hmm. So then if you start to do V2G, then it certainly won't last the lifetime of your car. But now we're finding out that those improved batteries last much, much, much longer than the car. And now all of a sudden, it's kind of a waste of resources. And I'm sure that Peter, for example, our resident resource expert, would agree that it's a complete waste of this battery to not use in that way. And I really, I'm super happy that EVBox now also embraces the 15118. I think you're one of the first protocol, because that means the first car maker that makes a charger bidirectional, it can just work with their charge points, and we can actually start to do that very cheaply, actually. So I really think it's something that didn't happen for a couple of years ago, and now seems like increasingly seems a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Great. Well, Peter, let me ask you then on this. Given what Alka said, what technology advances are we going to see around charging to incorporate some of these ambitions, do you think?
Well, I think what Auke was mentioning, like this way you enable also you let the car also enable to accelerate this whole electricity transition. That's also so much necessary, and they go hand in hand. So it's about looking about these multipliers and these clever like leverage points in the system that you can trigger to make sure that we actually get to a carbon neutral system by 2050 or preferably earlier. And I think grid bidirectional charging is going to make a huge impact also for the support and the investments that need to happen in the whole grid. And already with the PVs and the wind that we are installing and so much need, there's already issues on increasing that capacity, and we need to be really clever here. And I think also this is collaborating here, both vertically but also horizontally. And I think that's going to be so interesting about this new era where we have different sectors enforcing and supporting each other.
Yes. Well, look, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, because we're always focused on timing to make sure we've got room for the other things that are coming along. I need to wrap this up now, but I think that's a nice note that you finish on there, Peter, because the collaboration between businesses is absolutely at the heart of all this. And I'd like to think that collaboration, like on this sort of panel, where you all have different experiences, you all say different things and share them. You know, I have the best job in the world because hosting events, I have to pay attention and listen to what people are saying. And you realize that it's just a question of putting the right people together, the right technologies, the right business models, and the right ambition. And extraordinary things can happen when you do that. So I'd like to say thank you to all of our panelists for sharing, their wisdom, knowledge, and experience. And I think what I take away mostly from this is their confidence and passion and belief that Europe has a great future. Not an easy thing for us to do, a managed transition from ICE to nice. I love saying it like that. ICE to nice. No internal combustion engine. It's the child in me. I like simple things like that. But I think to have a managed transition where we take the very best of our automotive industry and we refresh it and reinvigorate it into the 21st century. I've worked in it for 30 years. I don't want to see it crushed and just chucked to one side. That does not need to happen. But we do need to help people, get on with it a bit. And I think a lot of what you've said today illustrate, getting on with it means. So thank you for your time. Appreciate that we could talk for another half an hour, but we're not allowed to, apparently. So until next time we meet, thank you very much. Dankjewel, merci, and all the other languages that there are.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll see you later.
Cheers.
We're going to go to the lobby now, by the way. There are some amazing people that put all this EV box stuff together every time. So Job and Juliet will be there in the lobby. The networking carousel will be live for about 15 minutes. And then it gets very exciting because we're going to have hands across the water. We're actually going to transatlantic ourselves across to America and Chelsea Sexton in about 15 minutes. So please hang on and watch that if you want to do so. But for now, from the European bit of it all, good afternoon, and we'll see you again. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Very nice. Nice to ice. Really well put. Okay, exactly what Ryder just said. We're going to take a break from the speakers, but the revolution continues. All attendees will be moved to the lobby automatically, and there you will have networking possibilities. The main chat in the lobby, we're going to do Bumble rules. Let the women make the first move. No, actually, everyone may approach everybody because it is such an exciting community of people that is here watching out there. And if you're interested in something a bit more fun, then there's the networking opportunity where you sign up for the networking and you will be matched with someone. Do the fantastic AI. Well, it's actually not really artificial intelligence. Actually, it's not even really machine learning. It's just matching people's interests. But it works, and it's a lot of fun. That's the networking. And of course, you can visit the EV Box or the Everon booths, the virtual booths. People are standing by. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Enjoy the networking times. And then hopefully we'll see you back here for more of the revolution. Hello, everyone in North America. How's everybody doing? Make some noise! Right, I forget. That doesn't work so well in a virtual conference. Of course, this is more of a hybrid conference. And just like the hybrid vehicles, it's definitely better than nothing, but it doesn't quite deliver what you need. I love North America. I grew up in South North America, or North Central America, or America. What's interesting is that for the past 25 years, I've lived here in Amsterdam, where we started a successful comedy theater called Boom Chicago, written about last week in a wonderful feature article in Vulture and New York Magazine. So let me bring you up to date with what revolution has been happening at this conference in Europe while you were sleeping in North America. First of all, it looks like we might finally be hitting the tipping point with EVs. Now, I know there have been many false alarms, but this time it's different, is what we say every year. For electric cars, we thought it might be in the late 1990s with the EV1, and people loved the EV1. But then oil companies and General Motors famously killed the electric car. Well, we've got advocate Chelsea Sexton here at Revolution, and she helped get that early EV on the road and was featured in that famous movie of a similar name. Then the next wave, 10 or so years later, featured the Chevy Volt, the Nissan Leaf, and the Tesla Roadster. And of course, there was a new movie, The Revenge of the Electric Car. But since Chelsea wasn't in it, I did not see it. And now we are in a new film, Car Wars, Episode 9, The Rise of the Electric Truck. Coming soon, the Ford F-150 Hybrid, getting you 4 additional miles per gallon. Let's save the planet, people. Or Tesla's Cybertruck. Have you seen what that looks like? Wow, it is definitely a Cybertruck. I would certainly buy it if I was playing Grand Theft Auto 5 and it cost $2 as an in-game purchase. Would I drive it in the real world? Maybe, if my Batmobile was in the shop. And of course, the car company that everyone is talking about, Rivian. It has big investors like Jeff Bezos and Ford, and they have raised $6.5 billion. And the R1T and the R1S are already sold out. And by that, I mean they have never delivered a vehicle. I mean, if you think about it, my company, Boom Chicago, and Rivian both have delivered the same amount of electric vehicles. And I did it for $6.5 billion less. Well, the European watchers have already met Roger Atkins, who is the star of a one-man percussion show touring the world that combines the best of Stomp and the Blue Man Group. Chelsea Sexton is also a big player and an EV advocate, and they'll be talking about key figures in the European versus the North American markets. Chelsea and Roger, the floor is yours.
Chelsea, what can you say after that? Come on, what an intro.
I mean, he sounds like every heckler I've ever had on social media.
Yeah, he's good.
Hey,
Andrew,
I hope all
good.
your hecklers have been as respectful as that, because mine comes from love.
Fair enough. And I mean, I love the shout outs to our little films. That was very, very nice.
Yeah. And Andrew, before you go, because Chelsea doesn't know, she has a massive fan club in West London in particular. I was somewhere a little while ago and just out of the blue, literally, all I could hear when I was walking around West London was this. Have a listen. Honestly, it was. I went to find where it was all coming from. It was at this football ground, and she'd organised. Well, I don't think she'd organised it, but her fan club had organised thousands of people to come in, and just for about 90 minutes, they just kept singing your name, Chelsea.
Hey,
I mean,
they're EV fans everywhere.
We'll have to work on their standards.
Okay. Well, look, you know, hands across the water and everything. Yeah, it's great to have a European perspective. It's great to have an American perspective. But let's be honest here. What we need to have, of course, is a global perspective.
For sure.
You know, the thing around whether it's, well, for sure, climate change, but air quality and anything else needs collective focus, attention, ambition, and delivery. So, you know, I know you pretty well, Chelsea. You, as you know, Andrew's described in terms of your background and where you're from, have been one of the principal people inspiring me along the way. And the thing we talked about this earlier, didn't we, Andrew? Influencers are not people, well, okay, typically they're called influencers on Instagram when they sell clothes and things and fashion stuff. We are all influencers. Whoever you talk to about electrification, let's keep it specific to EVs, whether it's your mum and dad, your friends, your brother, your sister, workmates, you are influencing. And if the combined influencing group of everybody who's in and around EV does that, talks about it, says I took my EV in a car wash even, and it still worked, tells everybody all these things, we will move the needle forward, won't we?
For sure, absolutely. I mean, I'm a diehard revolutionary on this topic. I even repurposed my socks as hand warmers today, since we can't convene in person. I mean, coincidentally, we just passed the 24th anniversary of the EV1 launch this last weekend. And it's every year it's kind of become this opportunity to kind of reflect on how far we've come, how far we have to go, but in particular, the fact that this has always been such a community and individually driven movement, whether it's the individual advocates, the happy warriors inside companies and organizations that quietly drive this forward. On one hand, we all sort of reward guys like Elon Musk and Carlos Ghosn and the corporate leaders, and rightfully so. But even Elon will say that he was originally inspired by the passion people had for their EV1s, which is a tribute to the engineers at GM and the people that provided the support for that program and all of the other things that went into that happy EV experience that made the drivers the original evangelists and moved it all forward. And the same thing for everybody else who has followed and stood on the shoulders of those who've come before and still persistently, sometimes quietly, sometimes less so, continue to nudge in their own circles and on Twitter and wherever the conversations happen to be happening. There are more of those enthusiasts than there are of all of us working in the industry. And we ought to both take advantage of their enthusiasm, but respect it as well.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here without them, and we won't go forward without them.
Well, exactly right. I often say to people, when they point out, how do I get to go to this launch, or how did I go to that place or another? It's because of people that, watch what you do or follow you on Twitter or LinkedIn or something. When you build up that audience, the only reason you're getting to do those cool things, often they are cool things, admittedly, is because of the audience. So by definition, they're the people. You're just the lucky person that gets the chance to go, and fanny about in front of a camera and the like. So that's how it works.
That's not my happy place. That's yours.
Well, no, I've seen you doing the Mustang Mach-E launch. You did a great job there. And the thing that I like about you, I just want to talk about this. Andrew talked about tipping point, and yes, we can all get excited seeing the first electric forecourt here last week, which was great. The Battery Innovation Center's opening. That's going to be actually one of the first of its kind in the world. Things that are great, whether in Europe, in the UK, America, wherever they are, it doesn't matter. But you've always steeled me in not getting carried away with the momentum and assuming that we've done it, that these big staging posts we get to are not the end game, and that it isn't to be negative or to be pessimistic, it's to be realistic. And I think an important message you've always given people, myself included, is to don't be complacent. Until electrification is ubiquitous, it ain't happened. What would you say on that? What specifics would you suggest to people that that they take on that without without pushing people down and back? I mean, celebrate success by all means.
Yeah. I mean, and that's it. It's the classic marathon, not sprint thing. And I'm often assumed to be the pessimist in the room because I am that one going, don't get complacent. I see way too many people going, oh, electrification's all happening. We can all go off on holiday now. And yes, of course, we should celebrate the good things, but there is still so much work to be done that we have to keep at it, and we can't afford to get complacent. And actually, there are many of these moments that feel kind of deja vu to back in the early EV1 days, where yes, it was smaller, but it felt equally promising for its time. And it still didn't go as we all hoped. So we do have to maintain that energy. And, you know, as much as we had the 24th anniversary of EV1, this week also marks the 10th anniversary of this generation of EVs in the US. The Leaf launched 10 years ago this week. And so that's another inflection point around everything we've learned, but also we've kind of done 10 years of let 1,000 flowers bloom and let's not judge. And we still, experimentation is still fair, but it's also time for the real talk. It's time to really discuss what's working, what's not, where the holes are. To those that are starting, that are newer in the space, how can we save you time and money and effort by learning from our skin knees? All of that stuff is desperately needed, that candor. And that's, I mean, I love Alka. I was thrilled to see him on the last panel. I see, you know, he does these wonderful long threads on Twitter for those of you that like that space. Super informational, combats all of the misinformation, and there's plenty of that these days. But everybody has their niche, and we need them each to keep doing those battles. I also really like the new energy of folks coming into the field, because there are times that people like me are the grizzled veteran going, yeah, get off my lawn. Been there, done that. And we need that reminder as well, that we can balance some lessons learned, but also we need that new energy and the people that still continue to prod and go, but why can't we try that? Why can't we do that way?
Yeah. Chelsea, trust me, no one is ever going to call you a grizzled veteran. You can call yourself what you like, but no one's going to call you that. But you're right about
you don't see my YouTube comments.
Yeah. Do you know what? This is why I love living on LinkedIn, because it's relatively polite. You know, I'm too much of a scaredy cat to go onto Twitter and other things, because people, it's like playground bully stuff. I just, you know, I'm too scared to go there. LinkedIn seems to be a relative sanctuary of you know, reasonable comment.
Well, you own that space, so I would never have you leave it.
Well, thank you. There are plenty of good people on there. Trust me, I'm just sort of the noisy one. You mentioned the Nissan Leaf. Do you know what's so lovely for me this week? So we're here talking tomorrow. Tomorrow, going to be talking to Andy Palmer, Dr. Andy Palmer. So, you know, Andy's sort of championing with Carlos Ghosn the Nissan Leaf and then the EMV 200, etc. And I think you work with Andy in America, helping establish some of the, you know, challenges that you had there early days. Is that right? Am I mixing you up? You did, didn't you?
Yeah, Andy and I have conspired a lot over the years at various places. And I did run a global Leaf advisory board for Nissan for several years, where we assembled a dozen or so drivers, so the real world stuff, and forced them to tell the truth to Nissan executives, including Andy.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, on one hand, there are things we can say about every EV program, better and worse, things that they could have done, differently. But Andy in particular protected that program for a long time within the company. And I think we have to recognize that some of the leaders have that role as well, that kind of insulate it from the finance guys and the bean counters and others that would preferably poke arrows through some of these programs. Because if we're honest, the automotive industry, the incumbent industry, is still kind of ambivalent about doing this. So some are getting ready more than others, some are sincerely interested more than others, but collectively, if we all said to them tomorrow, okay, we're gonna press pause on all the policies that force you guys to do this, go do what you actually want to do, we would see much more petrol and diesel cars. So most are not going electric because deep in their veins they really want to, except for the happy warriors within those companies that keep nudging. So policy and external forces are still really, really important, and it's carrot and stick. And policymakers provide one aspect, consumers provide another, and the advocates that kind of keep encouraging and going, come on, build me an electric F-150. I'll sign up for that pickup truck if that's what you want. It's incumbent on us to continue all of those efforts.
Yes. I don't think it's so much ambivalence even, you know, Chelsea. I just think it's comfort in the status quo.
Sure. But that still leads to like, yeah, we're going there, but I don't really want to, and I'm not entirely comfy, and I don't entirely know how. It's all built in that. It's all very human. I mean, we keep ascribing these really nefarious motivations. No, it's humans. Humans are afraid of change.
And then that's it. But listen, talking of change, we are shifting from Europe to the USA. So this is my virtual handover. If I may do it to the accompaniment of your fan club song and say, Chelsea, thank you very much. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you. I'll try to do you proud.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. I'm gonna stay and watch the show, but I'm just gonna sit back and have the comfort of just enjoying. So over to you, Chelsea.
Next, EVBox Group, the driving force behind Revolution, will give you some insights on how they plan to approach the market in the coming year. We've got two great speakers. Anna Maternik is the lead for the segment of charging service providers within the global industry segment team at EVBox. Emmanuel Wuri is the charge of all DC development activities at EVBox as senior director. And even after many years in the EV industry, we haven't forgot his dark past as CEO of a fuel dispenser manufacturer. Please welcome Anna and Emmanuel.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Maternik, and I am Global Industry Segment Lead for Charging Service Providers. I am delighted to be here with you today, straight from the EVBox factory in Bordeaux.
Hello, Emmanuel Wuri, Senior Director DC Development. I'm thrilled to be part of this keynote on the future of fast and ultra-fast charging. And let's get straight to the point. I know that there is a wide audience coming from Europe and North America today. So Anna, can you tell us a bit more about the specificities of these two markets?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. Well, first of all, I think that for both of the regions, it is extremely important, the development of fast and ultra-fast charging. Also, we can say for the both regions, we have the same problems in terms of good or weak coverage of the grid, and that can depend on the remoteness of the place, EV adoption and electricity demand, or just simply the energy mix in that specific area. And of course, as we have more and more EVs hitting the road, that means the demand of charging that is increasing, and also then the electricity demand with it. Well, while having that demand of electricity increasing, what we want to do is to preserve the grid. And we can do that by developing the smart charging capabilities. Those smart charging capabilities, coupled together with development of renewable energies, they allow us actually to enable the grid to actually create some specific or additional buffer of energy. And thanks to that, we can then balance the load on the grid while evaluating how much energy we are draining, and also by distributing the power between the different assets. This can be particularly interesting, I think, for the workplaces, commercial parking, or the sectors of retail and hospitality. And basically what we do is then we take those problems and we turn them into efficient solutions.
That's interesting. So both regions need to consider clearly the grid capacities and also integration of green energies and smart charging being a solution.
Yep.
That's quite a finding. And what about the drivers themselves? What about, and I'm not talking only about passengers' cars, but also all kinds of transportations.
Yes, of course. Well, we need to consider the drivers and their behavior. That's extremely important, and that has a huge consequences, of course, also on the charging and on the vehicles that we are using. Of course, if we talk about North America, well, drivers there are used to long distances due to the spaciousness of the country, of course, and that also means that the cars with longer ranges are more popular. If we think about Europe, where Renault Zoe was a very popular car for a very long time, well, then in North America, people were more likely to use Teslas or Chevys, for example.
Okay, so but it's not only about passengers' cars, it's about user experience in general and also the transportations.
Yes, exactly. And well, if we think about well, passengers' cars, for example, then of course the whole experience is based on how many different payment methods I have, or the cable, its length, and the whole cable management system, some type of charging indicators, or even the screen itself that helps the driver to go through the whole experience. But then if we take an example of the buses, then of course the screen will not probably be necessary, nor all the different types of payments. Only some kind of authorization will only be needed. And if we talk about large trucks, well then we might be considering a longer type of cable, for example.
Okay, but also driving the change to electric vehicles, it is also making everything easier. What are the other pain points that we need to address as an industry?
So I think that one of the top subjects today on the market is actually the price transparency. There is no class definition on what actually a public EV charging station is. The pricing for DC public charging is often based on time and not necessarily on kilowatt hours. And today we actually only have Germany that decided to standardize the pricing and base itself on MID metering, the whole Eichrecht, as we call it. I hope I've pronounced it correctly. Well, Austria, of course, is most probably going the same direction. There are other countries that are trying to find their way. In North America, we do have California that is leading the way. And what we are trying to do at EVBox is, of course, to support that movement. We are trying to work with different customers, with different associations, in order to standardize that, because having a global standard for that will, of course, help the whole industry. And we try to do that at least on a continental level.
Yeah, we all agree that if we want customer trust, we need more clarity on that.
Okay, so now I would like to switch a little bit and ask you a few questions. As I'm from sales and you are from product, I would actually like to know how do you think we are going to answer to all those needs? What will the future of the DC charging or fast charging be?
Challenges, I can say, are numerous. First, the electrification now, it's a recognized fact by everybody, is coming big time, both for passengers cars, but also for transportations and trucks. And volume is a challenge. The second challenge is clearly the user experience that we've started to address. Get customer trust, offer a perfect charging experience with a great service uptime, that the chargers are working all the time, is quite a key. And also we have to reckon that this market is still moving fast. I wouldn't call it immature, but future is not certain. There are many segments, there are many needs that keeps on evolving at fast pace. So as an industry, the only way to address these challenges altogether is to embrace a modular architecture. And when I'm talking about modular, I'm not talking about the standard power modules approach, but a generic modular approach. Every function in a charger shall be seen as a Lego brick that we fully control with top-notch quality, well-defined, and that we can assemble in a different way, so that we can have a fast to market or to segment approach, so coming very fast with new products that are addressing the specific needs that are based on these modules. Also, it will allow us to manufacture more easily and faster, also with a controlled quality. And last, it will help us to embrace all these new standards that are coming and offer better service.
Okay, so basically what you are saying is that hardware will need to be modular and scalable to be able to match the needs of the markets that are actually constantly changing and evolving. Okay, but what will happen to the grid itself?
The grid itself, you have identified it on the market. It needs to be considered. So we need to consider getting more green energies in it, so more smart charging capabilities to balance everything on the grid. And we need to take our part in this effort. So we have already implemented in all the chargers load management capabilities, so we are able to, let's say, minimize the call for power from the grid and to balance it with a set of rules and priorities on every charger on a similar site, while making sure that we are not overloading the grid, which is a key. And we are also working hard on integrating battery cells in the charger to help having a local buffering capabilities and being much more smart with this challenge.
I see. So we can say that the smart charging is really a buzzword of today. Well, if that is one of those buzzwords, what about the other one, the other subject that is also very catchy today, which is the V2G?
Indeed. Often in conversation we can have with people outside of this industry, they always raise the challenge, hey, but we won't be able to charge all those cars. And the typical answer is EVs are part of the solution. EVs are coming with big battery packs today and larger to meet customers' demand. And this battery pack can be used as a buffering capability. So it will help the grid to balance its load. So EVs are part of the solution. But in order to make this happen, we need the infrastructure, at least for DC wall boxes, for instance, to offer a vehicle-to-grid capability to be able to use this battery from the cars as a buffer to help the grid to balance itself and to be smart.
Yeah, that's pretty fascinating. Well, I do have one final question. We did talk about the electrification of trucks and buses. So where do you think the golden ratio for the DC will be, and what is the maximum that we will actually be able to go? Are we talking about megawatts?
Sky's the limit, I would say. More seriously, 8 years ago, 50 kilowatt was very fast for everybody, including for grid operators. They were thinking, wow, 50 kilowatts, that's a lot to take from the grid extra. And now we are having cars on the road that are able to charge at 270 kilowatts. Yes, I'm talking about the Taycan and things like that, of course. And we are heading to 500. But clearly, for trucks, long haulers and such application, megawatt is clearly at stake. So we're talking megawatt and even certainly several megawatts. We have the technologies to make this happen, and then it's clearly how can we make that in a smart way with the grid and make it an industrial solution that will work all the time with a high load and great uptime.
Yeah, indeed, and I guess that our partnership with Scania is a great example of this kind of trailblazer mindset. When they announced that they were bringing new electrified vehicles into the market, we partner up with them to support them in their electrifications, to set the example for the transport industry and to help accelerate the transitions towards the e-mobility.
That's exactly what we're trying to do. Look forward to lead the market and help this global electrification by coming with future-proof solutions and innovations.
Exactly. Well, thank you for this moment, Emmanuel. Let's catch up with the audience during the Q&A session.
Merci.
Well, there you are, and Emmanuel, here you are by magic. You're back in the room again.
Yes, we are.
It's fantastic the way this all works. Look, what an extraordinary year this has been. There you are talking about, plans and ambitions and the challenges and all of that. But, it's extraordinary that we have carried on in the way that we have, despite this, totally surprising and shocking change to our lives. But we've got stuck in. Why do you think that is, just out of interest, Anna? I mean, how have you managed to just keep doing your job and keep focusing on your work and not just sort of, lose it a bit? Because, we've all kind of gone there a little bit this year, haven't we? How have you kept it all together?
Well, to be very honest with you, I think that keeping the routine is very important. And I got to say that our company was actually pretty great about this, because we did, as the company, we introduced a lot of things to help the employees actually to cope with the whole situation. So the whole setting up of a home office structure has been put in place, and also a lot of tips how to go along with your day, what to do in order to stay productive. Such as, keep dressing in the morning, do not stay in the pajamas, take a walk, relax from time to time, and make sure that you find this balance between the work and home while being at home all the time. In France, we did have, especially the first lockdown was very heavy. You really could not go out, and you needed a specific certificate in order to go out for just really a short amount of time. So it was really difficult, but all those tips and also virtual coffees with friends and colleagues, for me, that was very helpful.
Yes, well, we've ridden to the challenge, but I do think, and he's not here, so I'm not saying it because he's on the call, that Christoph's character and personality has really been put to the test here. I could see in his face a few times, the weight of pressure on trying to keep everybody, look after the customers, number one, and staff, number 1+1, and keep it all together. I think the real leaders now in business, politics, and elsewhere have really shown their mettle, because if this wasn't the ultimate test, I don't know what was. So that's great. Listen, let's go to questions. I've got a question here from Ludovic for you, Emmanuel, actually. I'm going to read it out verbatim. Regarding your past in the petrol business, we're not going to hold that against you. Everyone has a past. Can you explain why the EV high power services are passing through the same phases as petrol, and we don't directly learn from it? Contactless payment, user experience, transparency, etc. Why have we had to learn the hard way in this? Why didn't we quickly get to ubiquitous EV charging that was easy with a contactless payment? What went wrong?
Sorry, I'm gonna take a UK stance on that. It's because of too many government involved in that. So the good thing with subsidies, it's a good startup for the market, so it is really required. There is a bad side. It is overprotecting local thinking, local habits, and people that are convinced by something that is not what the market is expecting. And clearly, it is, for most of it, it will change, because now a lot of very serious players like all the CPOs, Ionity, Allego, E.ON, and now that the fuel companies are getting in, I mean, Total is really investing for real and really big money, and they don't have time to waste with such things, so they go directly for the real user experience, and they are now focusing on, let's try to get a business model decent, also getting these subsidies, but let's try to get a decent business model. And in order to do that, we need to make life of our customer easier.
Yes, yes. Yeah, and I think the initiative that I know your company was sort of founder members of, Charge Up Europe, that's exactly the sort of thing now to consolidate the experience, knowledge, and listen to the consumer. Ultimately, if we want, more people to get electric vehicles, the more they hear that it's dead easy to charge up, the more people that'll get it. I mean, I'm going to mention something I know you weren't perhaps directly involved in, but it's just an example of how different it feels. The electric forecourt that opened last week in England, honestly, was a revelation. Yes, of course, there was a bit of an echo chamber there, in that the people that went to the press thing, a lot of them were the EV people that, go online and stuff. So I guess there was a little bit of, echo chamber going on. But I think quite quickly, when a lot of people are going to drive to that facility in a petrol or diesel car, park up and go get a coffee, and then they find themselves around all of these people with EVs charging up easily, quickly, and conveniently with contactless, payment and the like, they will understand, big things are changing. So you mentioned Total there. So I'm keen to understand really from both of you, Anna as well. Please chip in. Where do you think all of this leaves BP, Shell, all of these massive oil giants around the world? Yes, they've bought into programs like, BP with Chargemaster here in the UK and Shell in Europe, etc. But are they too late, or are they going to be players in all of this?
Shell is already playing, but also with a partnering approach. So they are not investing directly, for what we know, or not very strongly, let's say. But they are still offering their premises. So they still have some sort of contact with the thing. And then it's all about when it's the right moment, they will step in and they will buy somebody. I mean, there are too many CPOs. It's a known fact. So there is one thing that you can be sure: big oil has still big money and will step in by buying people. That's what. And they keep an eye. This is exactly what BP is doing, and Shell. They keep a close eye on it when Total has decided to step in directly.
Yeah, Total looks very interesting. Anna, what do you think?
Well, I think they all have probably a different approach. Some of them are going directly in, buying chargers themselves, creating the corridors and making the EV charging possible on the stations. And some of them are not investing right away. They offer their locations to CPOs who then invest and install the chargers there. But I think all in more and more fuel stations, even the small ones, are realizing that if they want to bring more and more clients to their shops, then they need to think about not only the classic cars, but also the EVs. So I think there are different approaches there, and they are all looking at each other and seeing what works best. And probably in the next months, years, we'll see who made the right decision, and was it better to go directly and deep dive, or was it better to have a maybe more conservative approach?
Yes. Do you know what? I've always wanted to host an online event like this with 3 charge point operators, just because I could then introduce them as C3PO. It's just, it's just a childish thing. I'm a big Star Wars fan, and forgive me for that. But Anna, you mentioned earlier about just maintaining standards. I mean, we shouldn't. And I don't think anyone does make light of the COVID crisis, global pandemic no human on the planet has ever lived through before. But I do think, sharing the good and the bad stuff with each other is important. And you mentioned something about dress, what to wear. I felt that quite early on. I watched some people who weren't maybe, not dressing up, but, looked like they had just got out of bed. And that's fair enough. Everyone can choose to do what they want. But I think if you in your head feel like you've gone to work. I mean, I always dress up like this. Mr. and Mrs. Atkins and she wears a ball gown and I normally wear a dinner jacket when we just, have pie and chips. But that's just because we're a bit odd. But no, I think there are lots of lessons learned in what we've been through this year. Would you pick one thing that you've learned in a business context from this year that's going to help EV Box, and you progress in 2022 when we get out of this strange one?
Oh my God, I did not expect this question. Well, I guess one of for me personally, and also I think it's a stepstone for the company, we did our first factory acceptance test fully remotely. So the client was in the other country. We were here in our factory with cameras, with sound system properly set up, and we did manage to do this, those tests. Of course, there was some trust involved, and the client has a trust in us, and this is needed in order for such a thing to be successful. But it really went very well, and even the client at the end said that they were very happy. They actually prefer it this way because they were just sitting in the chair and had several screens and looking at it from the comfort of the room instead of walking around the factory and moving around the charger. So I think this was pretty nice finding and a really nice experience for us hosting it here in Bordeaux.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great example, Emmanuel. You've got to beat that. That's a challenge now because that's a pretty good story. What would yours be? What's your takeaway?
Sorry, I was in the room for the fat. So my conclusion is clear for that. It's 2 words: passion. So if you have passion, you can live through this experience. And we have a common passion and common mission with U-Box, and that clearly helps in those moments to get together, know what you have to do, know where you stand and what is expected from you as a team, and also share this passion and stay customer-centric. Clearly, things that has helped us going through that is to feel that there was still some big drive from the customer, and you can escape. You can't escape that drive. You can't.
Yeah, great. No, two very good things. I'd like to just finish, if I may, on this observation. I've watched EVBox grow over the last, 6 years and a bit. I got to meet Christoph way back. And the one thing I'm impressed about that you've managed is that when the company then worked with NG, and you could see maybe possibly things change and it all gets absorbed and all becomes big and corporate, but that hasn't happened. So however that hasn't happened, and I've not really asked the question before, I think that's a really good, again, great lesson to see how large companies can work with smaller startups and actually support both of them in a positive way, not diminish one or the other. So I'd just like to finish on congratulating you both, because you will have had involvement in that, as well as the rest of the EV boxers and the people at NG for managing to pull that off, because that's not always an easy thing to do. It can sometimes diminish a startup, but you seem to have nurtured and accelerated it all. So well done to everybody. I think that's me done for now, because I think we're going to talk to Hugo, or Hugo and Andrew are going to talk to us now. But again, I'd like to thank people behind the scenes, like Juliet and all of the people that Job, that put this together, who don't get to come on screen necessarily, but they do tons of work over loads of weeks, getting speakers together and working out what we're going to do. And it's easy for us, isn't it? We just turn up and talk.
Exactly.
So, okay, well, doing my little bit of French. Merci bien, c'est formidable. Bon Noël et bonne année l'année prochaine, formidable. And à tout à l'heure, I think that's what they say.
Yeah, it's basically that. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Au revoir.
Cheers.
Au revoir.
So over to, yes, Hugo and Andrew, you're next. Thanks.
So before we moved on, we wanted to take a moment to mark a moment. Revolution exists now for over 4 years, and despite the crisis, we've delivered 3 amazing digital events this year. So it's time to share with you what Revolution means to us and why we're doing it. Let's play the video.
Our world is changing fast. Global temperatures are rising and causing irreversible damage. Luckily, we're in the midst of a paradigm shift in the way we think about the future of our planet. Tech startups, mobility professionals, and industry leaders around the world are harnessing the power of technology to combat the climate crisis. A carbon-neutral world is something we can only create together. That's why, over the past 4 years, we've gathered thought leaders, climate advocates, professionals and students at Revolution. Together, we'll continue to explore sustainable and profitable ways to shape the future of mobility. We are the Revolution Movement, a global network of individuals and businesses supporting the adoption of electric mobility, helping new startups bloom and giving back to society. We'll keep taking action together. Join the movement.
Right now is the CGO, the Chief Growth Officer at EVBox, Hugo Pereira. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely. It's your company, so thanks for inviting me. I saw you for a second in the video there, but you do so much more here at the company. Tell us your backstory.
Yeah, sure. So as you can see from my name, I'm not Dutch. I was originally from Portugal, but there's too much sun there, and who doesn't want more rain and clouds in the Netherlands?
We all chose for the Netherlands, didn't we?
Yeah, we all chose for the Netherlands. Yeah, so about 5 years ago, I was let's call it an entrepreneur in Belgium also as well, building up startups and scale-ups on a completely different range of industries. I met Christoph, which is today, of course, our CEO. Got inspired by his vision for the company. Moved to the Amsterdam. At the time, he sold me as Greater Amsterdam, but it was actually Almere, which is a small town out of Amsterdam.
That is not Amsterdam.
That is not Amsterdam. But, great salesperson, I know. And the vision of the company empowered me. So I joined 5 years ago with 10 people. I grow with the organization today, where we are more than 650 people in the organization. And I've led mostly what we can call the growth department. So how we go to market, how we position ourselves, the marketing, the revolution event, the policy, how we work with policy makers, and ensure that our long-term strategy is actually implemented to serve the industry and our customers.
Great. So tell me about Revolution. What was the idea for that?
Yeah, so actually towards the end of 2016, we had this idea of doing something different for the industry. Yeah? We were going to trade shows, to conferences, and let's be honest, most of the traditional trade shows are boring. You have booths, you have some people doing panels and interviews, but there's nothing different about them. There's no culture to it. There's not a vibe, a feeling for the industry, for the conferences.
Until you go to the bar.
Until the bar is always a great option, which you also have a great bar in Revolution, especially physically. Last year was quite a success. You missed it. So we had the idea of doing something different that really feels unique. So in 2016, we actually were trying to do something for the conference. We actually postponed it because we felt it was not differentiating enough. In 2017, we decided to start with a manifesto for the industry, which we launched at the conference. So that was the first conference in 2017, which we were very proud of, and started on a great foot with how is it called? The I Film Institute in Amsterdam. Beautiful landscape. 250 people joined. They got presented with a manifesto from.
What was the manifesto?
So we decided to bring together policymakers, utilities, automakers, ourselves in one room, and launch a large survey to the electric vehicle drivers and say, what do you think of electric mobility? And then we brought this all together and said, okay, what do you think about the thoughts of the drivers? And we built a manifesto and said, this is how we see the future of the industry in the next 3 to 5 years. And we launched as a joint book, powered by Revolution, not branded, for people to read and get to know a bit more about it.
Okay, how exciting.
Yeah.
So how has it changed over the last years since the beginning?
So we always try to think every year, how can we do it better? So in 2018, we went to the passenger terminal in Amsterdam, where we had one of the largest brainstorms of the conference, and we launched that brainstorm to the different governments and cities. And last year, we had about 850 or more than that people in Amsterdam at the Westergasfabriek, which was quite an amazing venue. And then there we actually had a startup competition, which was quite exciting as a new innovation.
Tell us about that.
So as we bring up all these people together and create more interactions, more movements, we start to think, how can we give back also to the entrepreneurs that are out there trying to make a mobility idea? So it ideally was supposed to be at Revolution 2020. We moved to a digital ecosystem. And in that moment, we launched a startup competition. More than 50, 60 entrepreneurs applied with their idea. And we selected 6 along with a jury. And then in March at Revolution Digital, we actually selected 2 winners. One of them was even selected for one of the main incubators in Europe, Antler, to continue this progress of its startup.
Wow, how exciting. Congratulations on that. We have a video from ChargeSim. Why don't we play that now?
Hi, I'm Andrew Rutgers, CEO of ChargeSim and winner of the Revolution Digital 2 Startup Pitching Contest Jury Prize. ChargeSim is design and analysis software to help you figure out the right charging infrastructure for your electric vehicle fleet. It can turn your schedule into the utility capacity requirements for your site and help you pick the right chargers, helping to cut the capital and operating cost of running an electric vehicle fleet. The mentorship from EVBox has really improved the sales process, and participating in Antler has put me in touch with some incredible people and is helping me take ChargeSim to the next level.
Okay, wow, great. You spoke earlier about you wanted to differentiate yourself from other conferences. Well, what gap does Revolution actually fill in that ecosystem?
So one of the things that we always saw as industry accelerate and electric mobility is to a certain extent new compared to other industries that are more traditional, like telecoms or other ones, financial, fintech. We found that a lot of these industries are very competitive driven, which is not a problem, but as the industry grows, it's kind of a missed opportunity to put collaboration above competition. I think that's what Revolution is about. This is an exciting industry, it's growing, and we should work together to increase its mind share rather than compete for market share, which is going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
but at least we can look into it and
Okay,
can
well,
bring that.
Okay, that sounds nice in theory, but how do you make that happen? Does it work? Do people collaborate? Is it successful?
We do believe so, because we see partnerships coming out of the conference. We recently, like a few months ago, we launched Charge Up Europe, which is an European alliance, and that was a come together of us, one of our competitors, ChargePoint, and Allego, one of our customers as well. And as a founding partners, and we brought in Fastnet, Total, Compleo. So we are bringing competitors, partners, organizations together in an alliance to support the European Commission in releasing the proper charging infrastructure to serve the drivers and the businesses. And that's something that will not have come together if we will not have initiated and ignited this initiative.
Well, that's super exciting. I mean, that probably accelerates the whole adoption of EVs together.
Yeah.
So what's your vision for the future? Where do you want to go?
So we believe that, well, this digital event brought us quite some amazing opportunities. It's incredible that we have now the opportunity to connect with people online and connect with people offline. I think our next steps is to build a community of people that really want to make a difference, advance the businesses, partner, create more this spontaneous collaborative approach on a frequent basis, not just at a one-time point in a conference a year, as well as try to give back to the community. So also start to support social projects that require some, not just investment, but support in kinds that we can bring back to that. So in a form of, let's tease that for next year in the form of a social responsibility campaign.
Okay, well, we've got a video about the One Charger and One Tree project. Let's give a little bit of background on that.
At EVBox, we want to help build a sustainable future by providing flexible and scalable electric vehicle charging solutions. But we won't stop there. For every EVBox charging point placed, we plant a tree to help prevent carbon from reaching the atmosphere. Since 2019, we planted over 100,000 trees across 6 continents and even sent some passionate EV boxes to Portugal to help out. Clean air for everyone, one step at a time. One charger, one tree.
Great. Ugo, thank you very much for joining us, and continued success and continued growth as a CGO.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for everyone joining online. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's time for our next speaker, and this is one of the heavy hitters. Christophe Vereenoogen is the CEO of eVBox, and he can see farther with één oog than most people can see with 2 eyes. Now, the non-Dutch people right now are going, huh? And the Dutch speakers are going, that's not actually very funny. Nonetheless, eVBox is the global leader in charging solutions for electric vehicles and related cloud services. Christophe has had an exciting career before and at eVBox, and you can read all the details of the marketing department wrote about him online. Please welcome the man, Christophe Vereenoogen. Hey, hello.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Hello, guys. So good morning, America, and good afternoon, Europe, and good evening, Asia Pacific. A very warm welcome to our next Revolution event. So my name is Christophe, and I'm the CEO of eVBox Group. I'd like to thank you for joining us today, and it is actually 3rd edition of Revolution Digital. So the people that just joined, a very warm welcome, and the people that just that already were online for a couple of hours, I hope you liked it so far. It has been a crazy year, 2020. I mean, for everybody, and we had to adjust our expectations, we had to rethink our priorities, we had to change our plans. So when I look back at 2020, I'm actually very proud that Revolution has been able to seamlessly transform into a digital movement, into showing that nothing can stop us, actually, and that we can all together go for a more sustainable world and continue our mission for a zero-emission mobility. So thank you for supporting Revolution, because together we make it happen. Revolution has always looked to be actually a platform for members, for all the members of our mobility industry, so that we can come together and that we can share ideas, that we can collaborate together, and that together we can accelerate the transformation towards a more sustainable world. Of course, this year we have been forced to meet virtually and come up with creative ideas how to bring this mobility industry together. And I'm very thankful to our events team, how they have actually worked very hard to make this, in this challenging environment, a success, and to make sure that the revolution keeps going, is alive and kicking, and is also going to be there next year in 2021. So I expect next year, 2021, to be, going away from the status quo of 2020, that we can reestablish and go back more and more to normality. But no matter how long it takes and we have to go through this process together, 2021 will be an exciting year. Like the French are saying, un grand cru. And a year that our industry will move forward, where billions will be invested by the OEMs, but also governments, infrastructure will be put in place, and we will be able to push forward the growth in our industry. And of course, as a group, EVBox Group, we will make sure that we contribute to that and that we help in this transition towards a new growth in our industry. So I'll let you now further enjoy the rest of the session. The second part of today is especially focused on our dear friends from North America. Good to have you here, and thanks again for joining, and hopefully we see each other next year at the next Revolution. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Christoph. And this will be the end of Chapter 1 of this exciting revolution. That's it for me. So thanks to all the Europeans who have been watching. Hopefully I'll see you at Boom Chicago one day. Lana and Jennifer are ready and waiting to take things forward with the North American program. EVBox made me stand, but they get to sit. So enjoy the cozy atmosphere. Ladies, take it away.
Hello and welcome to the North American program of Revolution Digital number 3. My name is Jennifer.
And I'm Lana.
And we're going to be here to walk you through today's conference program. But before we get started, we should probably say something about who we are, right?
Yeah, like introduce ourselves.
Something like that.
Should I start?
Go for it.
Okay, so again, my name is Lana. I'm responsible for employer branding here at EVBox. I do consider myself to be a marketeer at heart. And so my goal is actually to help candidates understand a little bit better sustainability and how they can set their foot for this sustainable future. A fun fact of how I actually entered this industry is when I was interviewing for the position, my dad at the same time was buying a car and he was obviously considering electric. In the end, he also did buy, so this story does have a happy ending. But at the time, he was my main point of information to learn about this so that I could ace my interviews. So I guess my dad kind of brought me to being here where I am today.
He must be so proud of you.
He is. But Jen, what about you? How did you start?
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I am one of the product marketing specialists here at EVBox, and I am focusing on our commercial AC charging portfolio in regards to hardware and segments. And how I got started in eMobility. Well, prior to this, I was working in the Canadian startup ecosystem, and I love the energy of groups of people who come together because they have a true ambition to work towards the same type of mission or type of goal. And I found that to be so prevalent in the e-mobility industry. I mean, just look at the comments on the chat on the side. You can see how everyone is excited to be part of this whole mission. So I think that's what kind of drew me in, you know, the energy, the people, and also that goal that we're all working towards at the very end of the day. On a side note, when I was working in the Canadian startup ecosystem, I worked primarily in the Vancouver-based one. So shout out to all those in the Pacific Northwest here. That is my home.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the West Coast, we do have someone tuning in from there. Although if you've been in our track a little bit before, you probably have already seen our top-notch Chelsea Sexton. Chelsea, are you already with us?
Indeed, I'm here with bells on and socks on.
Oh, great. How do you like the whole platform and how the whole conference is going so far?
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, I'm always one that's in for candor and real talk, and I think anyone watching knows I will be encouraging that for the rest of the day. And yeah, on one hand, we all miss convening in person, but I like how these conferences are open to more people, and more folks are able to come into our fold and our tent this way than may have been able to travel to the in-person events. So it's good on both sides.
Yeah, I really agree with you there. This is a very unique opportunity, and we're making the most out of this whole situation. So it's really good to have you with us, Chelsea. I think we're going to do a very quick recap for those of you who didn't join from the very beginning of the European program. So we did start off with highlights from Lynk & Co., which is building a whole new type of model when it comes to the ownership of mobility, and then shifting away from the traditional forms of ownership in terms of cars privately, and then going to more of a subscription-based model that encourages sharing. So it is a bit of a change in mindset, I would say. But I do think, as somebody who is on the younger side and still looking to own a car in the future, it does seem more and more convenient to do something more like this. Chelsea, what's your view on this for North America?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an attractive idea. Companies like Canoe and Steer and a few others are pursuing it. And of course, a couple of the automakers have done it with gas cars in the past. On one hand, it's not that much different from leasing, which is a model we're all familiar with. It's basically paying for access to a car by the month for 2 or 3 years. This is a pivot on that. And so the startups involved hate that I imply it's not quite as disruptive as they think it is. But the upside to that is people are kind of already predisposed to this sort of model. And examples like Netflix and other non-automotive industry references are used a lot. But I think, you know, with a few details to be finessed, this is a really great idea, especially in these times where people may not need access full time to a car nearly as much as they might have even a year ago.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in one of the other panels, we touched upon a different part of eMobility, namely around EV's life cycle. So we did talk about batteries and minerals needed for that. And what I found interesting is that one of the points made was about lithium, that we do have the resources, so we have enough of it, but we don't have necessarily enough mining capacity. So I'm curious how you see this problem being solved, because it's a problem that is easily solved, but can it actually be solved? And do you maybe think that the president-elect can maybe do something about this?
Well, I think it's probably not a reach to say that the new administration will be more receptive to many of these ideas than the current one has been. I think certainly this is a less mature conversation in the U.S. From a sourcing perspective, folks are starting to pay attention to it. But one of the things that I really like about European-based conferences is how much things like climate change are a fact, how much the battery conversation and the lithium and other sourcing conversations have evolved into the ethics of sourcing and recycling and other aspects from that perspective. So we in the US are relatively far behind by comparison, at least in public conversation, but it's starting to get going.
Yeah, well, that's great. Then after this super brief highlights session, we're just going to take you through a rundown of today's program. So our first panel will be focused on discussing the funding around eMobility and what organizations across North America have been doing for this so far. Then we'll take it to our exciting keynote session with flash parking. And that's going to focus on discussing the future of parking lots in North America.
Yeah, after that, we're going to have another panel discussion, but this time we'll do it with a little twist. We'll talk about electric transportation for all, so we'll talk about accessibility for everyone. After that, we will also have about half an hour of networking opportunity for you to connect with all the revolutionaries out there. So do stay tuned after the conference for that.
All right, well, it's a jam-packed couple of hours coming up. Yes. Are you ready for it?
Excited.
Well, before we get going, we're going to do a quick poll. So something will come up onto your screen, and we're going to ask you a question. And that is going to be, what do you think is the highest potential source for electric transportation investment in 2021? So the options that will be coming up on your screen are if you think that the highest potential source could be coming from private capital, could it be coming from utility programs, could it be coming from public funding via the new federal administration. So there's going to be those options popping up on your screen, and that's a place where you can select your option and vote. This is an opinion poll. There's no wrong answer, but of course we're really interested to know what you think out there, and that will create a bit of a segue into the first panel that we will be having quite shortly.
Yeah, the thing that I'm interested to see is how aligned will be the answers from everyone out there to the actual panel that Chelsea will be leading with us. So to see if everyone is aligned on the same idea where we should start things off, or maybe our panelists will have a different point of view. Okay.
Alignment is overrated.
Okay.
Yeah. So while we're getting the instructions or the results back from the poll, yeah, I think we're going to see. Oh, they're just popping right up here, and they're actually still moving a little bit. But currently in the lead so far, we've got around 40% on public funding. No, it's dropping now. Oh, this is exciting, guys. It's currently dropping, so it's an even tie between public funding and utility programs at this moment. And in third place is private capital. So that is currently where we're standing, and the poll continues to move. Utility programs is currently in first place. I should be a sports newscaster.
Honestly, I feel like we're in a race here.
All right, but those are, I think, the answers for now.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, as we said before, there's no wrong answer, and it's no surprise that it's kind of a tie here. So, Chelsea, let's see what our experts are thinking about these topics as well. So, over to you.
Very cool. Thank you so much. It is the perfect setup for our first panel of the day, which is a discussion around financing the transition to electric transportation. I have 3 panelists that are veterans of the space and companies that have been around for the full decade of electric transportation, or this generation of EVs here in the US. I'm going to invite each of them to talk a bit about the trends. They can dispute or not the poll results. There is obviously a clear bias towards public funding, either taxpayer or ratepayer. First up, we have Derek Jones from Guidehouse.
Hi, thank you, Chelsea. Good to be with you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, hello, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today and the benefit of a springboard poll. That's always great to get the intellectual juices flowing. And in this case, we're talking about capital flows. So I'm happy to touch on a few things from the market side that we're seeing at Guidehouse, both in the work that we do in the syndicated research side, but also in supporting our clients in the EV global ecosystem. Across some of the funding sources we just heard about, whether it's the government side, whether it's the utility side, or in the private capital and market ecosystem side. So just a couple things to start off with. I think we saw a drop-off in the last few years in federal leadership in funding. So what was the outcome there that we saw was a bit of balkanization across the local levels, and an interest in figuring out just where to put capital safely, wisely, and position for growth. So what we've really seen, just to take some of those examples off the top, those top 3, at state level with funding, we've seen some interesting public-private partnerships that take on a local flavor. You can imagine, right, with that direction really coming from that grass tops at the corporate level. Some really interesting public-private partnership activity happening in the energy capital down in Houston with Evolve Houston. So something very, very close to watch there. But also we've seen some really interesting and engaging accelerator activity out here in California with the recently announced California Mobility Center, which is going to focus on pairing new startups and companies looking for commercialization opportunities with private capital. So really looking to accelerate the market and use the power of the Sacramento area in the automaker space to help with that accelerant. So really interesting opportunities, of course, on the utility side. We've seen some folks follow in the pattern of corridors with our folks at the New York Power Authority with their corridor on I-80. So really driving the governor's goals in New York and bringing their piece to the table, or their plate rather, to help with the Evolve New York effort. So really great examples across the market, but we can dive into what are some of the successes and the skin knees as we go. So thanks, Chelsea. Looking forward to this chat.
Absolutely. Thank you. So next up, we have Colin Murchie from EVgo. And I think this is the best presentation background I've seen in a very long time.
Thank you. I just hope it's not a copyright
Nah, you're good.
bio somehow, but
Fair use.
So I may have to pause my video to just preserve network quality at a certain point here, but I'll keep talking nonetheless. So yeah, among the trends that we're seeing is absolutely a lot of public capital and a lot of very visible public capital, in large part in the US, Volkswagen Dieselgate funding. The Appendix D settlement to that is a 9-digit number, a lot of which is flowing to EVSE. To your point about balkanization, though, that is flowing through state programs in large part, and we've seen a real spectrum of design quality in those state programs, from very, very well-designed, sort of rubric-based, clearly programs that clearly express and weight their preferences, to other times much poorer programs. For instance, the New Hampshire state program, which literally received no bidders, or programs which are over-specified. There is a real tendency to attempt to achieve sort of all social and political objectives simultaneously in one program, or to over-specify and say, the station must be this fast, it must be in this location, it must be built at this time, there must be this many of them, and thereby to receive, no funding whatever. And a lot of that we're seeing based on some unexamined but largely false assumptions. A lot of states, for instance, are looking at the numerator, not the denominator, and saying, oh my gosh, we don't have enough DC fast charging because we don't have as much as California does. And it's like, well, you have 4% as many, vehicles. Or looking at it as a purely geographic problem, we have to cover the corridors without considering, hey, an urban population, someone who lives in an apartment, they don't need a charger 45 miles away. They need a charger 3 miles away, which might be 45 minutes, and they need enough of them that they're not queued when we get there. And we're seeing some interesting dynamics around the entrance of utility capital into the space. The current batting average on utility capital is about 30%. So about 70% of the requests to expend at least ratepayer funding on charging infrastructure are denied, largely for concerns that, natural monopoly theory, the utilities should not be out-competing private capital. But we see those disapprovals come contingently. They're not saying, thou shalt not enter the space. They're saying, we're not so comfortable with your plan. We don't see how you are explicitly handling working with the private sector instead of displacing their activity.
That's definitely a juicy topic that I cannot wait to dig into. Last up for now, Eileen Tutt from Cal ATC, and this is also your few-minute warning to start getting your questions in, because the rest of the session will be as interesting as you all make it. Eileen?
Well, thank you, Chelsea. My name is Eileen Tutt, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Electric Transportation Coalition, as well as the Electric Transportation Community Development Corporation. And I really appreciate being able to participate, because normally we're a nonprofit focused on electric transportation, and I typically, it's very hard for me to travel internationally, but what's happening in Europe is very exciting for us, and we track it as best we can, and this opportunity is unprecedented for us, so thank you. I do want to say, I want to tip my hand for I think the importance of utility investments in transportation electrification can't be underestimated, and not because, not so much, it's the money, but it's also the fact that the utilities across the world really the grid is being impacted by climate change pretty profoundly. And so every utility is thinking about resiliency, the future of the grid, and even things like storage and all these efforts to try to make sure that our grid and electricity remains affordable and accessible, and we don't want to have major shutdowns or anything. And the truth is that electrification, particularly in the medium and heavy duty space, can really help support the grid. And to the degree the utilities invest in infrastructure or transportation electrification writ large, they can invest in such a way that can support all of their other efforts to harden the grid and combat the real consequences of climate change. And I think even as we in the United States have a new president coming in who hopefully, certainly will, take climate change more seriously, the truth is we've gone so far down this path that it's going to take, we're going to need grid resiliency, and we're going to need to ensure that people have access to electricity. And I believe that transportation electrification is going to be a key component of supporting our entire grid efforts. And so I think that's why I would sort of tip my hand on the utility side, because it's not just about the money. It's about our whole economy, which is dependent on accessible, affordable, reliable electricity. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and thank you all.
Absolutely, and actually the we don't have time to wait aspect is a nice segue, because as I mentioned earlier, we are a full 10 years into this generation. We've been trying all the things, but we also need to have more self-awareness and frankly be more candid about what is working and not working and what's still being overlooked. So since both of you kind of mentioned it, Colin and Eileen, with the bias tipped towards, not surprisingly, public funding in either taxpayer or ratepayer, is an interesting dynamic between the private networks and the utilities where, if we're honest, the private networks would like the utilities to only be able to do make-readies and to install all the wiring for them and rebates for hardware for residential customers and others. Whereas the utilities, some of them are perfectly happy with that. Beyond that, that's not their thing. They don't want to be. Others would be happy providing more of the ecosystem in their geographies. What's the right balance there, especially considering that, yes, on one hand, there are monopoly concerns, but on the other, the utilities are generally the only regulated entity involved?
So if I could speak to that, I think there's economic motivations and there's service motivations too, right? Like, it's not assigning malevolence to utilities. Say most investor-owned utilities would like to build up their rate base. But if you look to somebody like, even for instance, a rural co-op, we see a lot of desire from rural co-ops to own infrastructure. And in that case, like, they essentially economically unmotivated. They just want their population served, and they're concerned that they won't be. They're concerned that they'll be sort of left behind, as they were, for instance, with rural broadband. And the utilities, I think it's a similar thing. It's a mixture of an economic motivation and a desire to serve their customers. And one thing that I think we should be honest about as a private network is that we can't necessarily do everything. You know, I'm came from solar. I'm used to everything being capital expenditure. It's one giant investment and that costs almost nothing to run. And DC fast charging is almost the opposite. It's fairly cheap to build and then very expensive to run. You're very utilization dependent. And that really impacts the private network's ability. Frequently it's caricatured and said that impacts the private network's ability to serve low income populations. And it's really more our ability to serve low density populations. One thing that we've been working with Advanced Energy Economy and Arizona Public Service, and you see some other utilities coming around to this, is our, something called, we discussed it as like Oasis service. We'd call it provider of last resort service, but that has baggage.
I can't imagine why.
Can't imagine why. So essentially what we would propose there is that, there be a shared map. That, we set a criteria, we say, hey, it's not acceptable for someone to be more than 100 miles, 80 miles, whatever you want, from fast charging. Here's a map of the areas where that is currently true. We are going to publish this, and we're going to say if this remains true for X number of months, then the utility is going to step in, because we will have empirically demonstrated we are not getting in the way of the private networks, because the private networks have not invested. And so that seems to be almost what the regulators are asking for, without necessarily knowing they're asking for it, where they're saying, like, we get that you may have a role serving populations that can be served, but we just don't understand how you will be keeping it there. And so that's how we've been trying to sort of square that circle, or to come up with a model where you could say, look, you can serve populations that won't be getting served while having a test such that this investment is recoverable, that we know it won't necessarily be stepped on. And even in that world, there's room for a pretty significant scope. The utility can thereby sit there owning the asset and have the lower cost of capital, have the ability to socialize the costs if they have to, but without having to hire 8 people to do small scale real estate development and set up a call center and all of these other things. That all can be purchased from ourselves, our competitors, a variety of other parts of the ecosystem, and just use the really low cost of capital. And the usage indifference is a heck of a tool for building out infrastructure. It's also a really scary one if you're a usage dependent private network.
Yeah, sure. Well, and obviously, it's not just the utilities. The private networks are socializing their costs too through these programs. So there's a lot of like finger pointing at each other in this space, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of the same thing happening by all sides. Eileen, from a utility perspective, how, speaking on their behalf, sort of, how do you see that?
Well, I think the answer is inherent in your question. You said what should be the mix of of investment and for utilities, and I don't think there's a single answer to that. I think it depends on the utility and the service territory and the situation. And although I totally agree with Colin, we want the utility investments to focus on equity, which that is really important. But I would push back a little on that's not the only area where it might make sense for utilities to own and maintain the infrastructure. The other area that I think is going to be really important is, to the degree there is a particular charging infrastructure network or a group of chargers that can support the utilities' resiliency efforts. Because like here in Northern America, from Colorado to Montana to California to Oregon, Washington, we are having huge wildfires, right? And so there are situations where the utility owning and operating and supporting the infrastructure, maintaining the infrastructure, may be preferable to the private sector, and that particularly when you're talking about medium and heavy duty vehicles. And I think on the light duty side, there's there are those situations, but more so there may be those opportunities where utilities invest in storage and renewables, and so the island, if you will, of charging infrastructure is supporting the grid in a way that it wouldn't if it were fully funded by the private sector. So I think there's a combination there, and it really is dependent on the service territory of the utility and the situation of that service territory. Like right now in Colorado and Southern California, we've just had it's not just wildfires, it's devastating fires that are killing people and actually threaten the reliability of our grid. So I think there are just situations, and it's really by region. There's not a one fits all, but I do think the equity component is I think that's kind of universal. But these other situations are case by case, and we need to really respect that and not impede where these investments might actually support our larger grid resiliency efforts.
Yeah, sure. There's certainly a larger energy ecosystem to be considered beyond protectionism or vested business interests of either side, et cetera. Before we move on to medium heavy duty vehicles, I'm going to ask Derek, 10 years in, given the landscape view that Guidehouse uniquely has versus some of the more specific segments of the industry, what would you suggest to the newer comers, whether they be municipalities or utilities or charging networks or whoever the stakeholder is? Where should they start, and what should they not waste time or money doing?
Yeah, that's a great question, Chelsea. And I learned a trick from this year's presidential debates. I'm going to go and answer the last question first, and then I'll get to this one. But I just wanted to put a quick cap on what Eileen and Colin were saying, because we've seen a high degree of success in sandbox approaches to doing that kind of market transparency that I think folks are looking for. And these kinds of sandbox approaches, they don't need to happen in kind of the big bright lights in California regulatory processes or in New York. We've seen really great success in low adoption areas like Tennessee, where we actually had a large ecosystem, including EV charging networks, the charging providers, the vehicle manufacturers, et cetera, involved in just that type of metric approach that Colin mentioned, where you figure out that local flavor and what's important to the folks in the area, and you do a bit of pie divvying, and it's done in a kind of cards on the table sort of approach, where public funding.
I think you cut out a little bit, or paused just for me.
You're back.
Sorry, Chelsea.
Come on back.
Come on back. So really.
Okay. I think we're going to have to pause a second. You want to jump in there, Colin?
I was going to say, Chelsea, I'll take a cue from the presidential debates and step into any moment of silence.
Perfect.
To Eileen's point about resilience on the light-duty vehicle side, that actually brings up an interesting case study that we had during the PSPS outages during the wildfires this summer. And one of the things that we found on the light-duty side, one of the easiest ways to ensure resilience was pretty low tech, which was having more smaller charging stations that were more geographically dispersed. Because what fails on the electrical system? Pretty infrequently generation, pretty infrequently transmission or even subtransmission. What fails or has to shut down is a distribution feeder or a substation. And so we could actually watch our individual customers as they responded to the wildfires. We would push the PSPS notifications, the wildfire shutdown notifications out to our customer and say, hey, we think this charger will not be operational, tomorrow from A to B. And in most cases, it was within 5 or 6 miles, from another charger. This is very much harder math to solve in the MHD world, where you may just have to go for a bigger tech solution and have the thing be resilient there. But there's a good way, there's a lot to be said for pushing out a more, a distributed generation effectively model as a resilient scheme. None of which, by the way, should also be taken to take away from the point that if we are going to make transportation dependent on the electric system, while the electric system is becoming more and more stressed and more aged and subject to more and more extreme weather conditions, the value of resiliency and of hardening, through all the levels will be exponentially increasing.
Yeah. To that point, though, on the light duty side, what is the appropriate voice of the consumer? And I'll ask Eileen, because she's been doing this as long as I have. We know for sure that electric transportation is a very community-oriented technology. The drivers all feel like they're hoping to co-create the success, not just of the brands involved, but the technology involved. They're very passionate. They show up to CARB meetings or PUC meetings or whatever to weigh in if it's an issue they care about. And yet there have never really been strings attached to any sort of public funding of any stripe, including settlement funding, that protects the consumer experience or even aims to provide a specific, consistent consumer experience. How should we be thinking of that as we're creating funding programs and deploying funding?
Well, I think the consumer experience is absolutely key to successful transition from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric vehicles, because if the consumer, they have to have at minimum an equal experience, driving experience. And really what we know is that driving an electric vehicle is actually better, more fun, more power, more flexibility than you never have to go to a gas station. It's just a wonderful experience. But to the degree you have a situation, and I want to say where, like, say you live in a multi-unit dwelling, and the only access you have to charging is a DC fast charger. That is not going to be a good experience, because people are going to be paying just a lot more for electricity. And so we have to really look at these challenges, and it can be, you can call it an equity issue, but in some of these situations, the people who live in these multi-unit dwellings are not low income, but they still don't want to be paying more for fuel, or even as much for fuel as they do if they purchase gasoline or diesel. And so we tend to, especially as regulators, they tend to focus on kind of the grid impacts and getting charging infrastructure accessible, and they forget and like setting all kinds of, I mean, to Colin made this point, you can't over-regulate this space, and it's not over-regulated in order to benefit the consumer. It's over-regulated in order to get the regulators data, or somehow use the system to accomplish goals that are their own goals. And I think what I would ask is that anybody in the regulation area really keep a focus on, and utilities too. Utilities naturally, same with third-party providers, EV, like the EVgo, they care about their customers a lot, and that is, they want their customers to use their product. They want their customers to like the experience, but the regulators may not share that. And so they may have their own, what they want is to collect data, for example. So I think what I would say is, I think you bring up an excellent point in none of us, whether we're utilities or infrastructure providers, regulators, or NGOs, environmental NGOs, we all need to remember that at the end of the day, these vehicles aren't going to sell unless people have a really good experience. So I think that is an excellent question. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. I'm happy to tee up a good answer anytime. Yeah, certainly. I don't think any of the stakeholders involved don't like their customers. At the same time, I don't know that the customer experience has been prioritized enough. And to wit, we can all go on PlugShare and see the individual ratings of any particular station, but there is really nobody, except for, of course, Tesla, which is unique in a variety of ways. The drivers en masse don't stand up and go, oh my God, XYZ company or utility or anybody else provides me a great charging experience and I want to show up and support them. And so that to me is still a massive hole in the thinking of pretty much everybody involved, but some more than others. Similarly, to your point about multi-unit dwellings, it is my observation, and you guys can challenge this, that DC fast charging, and particularly stuff above 50 kilowatts, has kind of become the hammer applied to every nail, and the thing that solves all other challenges, not just in medium heavy duty and obvious cases that need faster charging, but in light duty, for multi-unit, for disadvantaged communities, sort of you name it, DC charging has been pitched as the answer, and yet it is the most expensive charging in our ecosystem. So is that still the case? Are the trends shifting? And what's the right balance there between passive charging that's level 2 perhaps, or even level 1 at really long dwell time places, versus captive audience, more DC oriented charging?
So, I'll speak to that, obviously. So what's great about DC fast charging, especially in communities that are not served, is it's really fast. Right, it's fast to build, and it can drop a DC fast charger, and now hundreds and hundreds of EVs can be served in a neighborhood that otherwise couldn't. But it's bottled water, right? Like, if there's not water in an area, awesome. I can come in with an aircraft and I can airdrop a giant crate of bottled water, and that's great. And now those people have water, and now we have time to build out the taps or whatever else we need to do. Because the thing about level 2, level 1 is, in a way that I think is less obvious outside California, it's remarkably slow, and it's actually quite hard to build, right? The level 1 charger out behind my house is not hard, but putting it in parking garages, putting it in other than new MUD, et cetera, takes a long time. So yeah, it's a convenience good. It's very rapid. It electrifies large areas. It electrifies like ride share in a way that level 1 and level 2 really can't. But it is only ever part of a solution. And the other thing is, it's part of the solution, and frequently the solution needs to come from different providers. So one of the things that we've seen in some of these New England states is they say, you have to build fast charging. We're like, great, happy to. And they're like, you have to build level 2. We're like, part of a well-balanced breakfast, makes sense. And they're like, and you must build them at the same places. And we're like, well, what? So we've been required to say, hey, you have to build DC fast charging at the commuter train lot, which makes no sense. It's off in the middle of nowhere. It's someplace people park their cars for 8 or 10 hours. It is easy to build on. It's where you should build level 1 and level 2. One of the things that I think is difficult for people to reconcile themselves to, but I think has had really good effect, is to specify ends, not means, in your programs. So for instance, I've seen North Carolina did a good job of this. They're like, we want chargers in rural areas. We want you to build chargers with very little use of public money. We want you to build faster chargers rather than slower chargers. And we want you to build more chargers instead of fewer chargers. And we recognize these are in conflict. And so we're going to balance them. If you ask me for more money, I'm going to give you less points. If you put it in a rural area, I'm going to give you more points. If you build it faster, I'm going to give you more points. So it allows you to sort of do this balance of saying, okay, you want me to build out in Alamance County, I can do that, and I can make money doing it now, but it's going to be 2 by 50. I'm building in downtown Charlotte. I can do that, and you know what? I don't need 80% of my CapEx covered. So by specifying like very cleanly what the public end is, or we've seen, you know, when someone says, hey, put a charger in an equity area, and we send in an RFP question saying, what's an equity area mean? And they're like, you know, equity. No, I don't know that. Like, it's a little bit reductionist sometimes, but you know, we need to express those criteria as clearly as we can so that, you know, the market actors can do what they do, which is, you know, the free market's not great at setting priorities, but it's very good at fulfilling them.
Yeah, sure. Well, and regarding priorities, historically for this last decade, we've mostly focused primarily on private vehicles, not so much on goods movement, non-road, transit, anything else like that. Derek, don't be shy just because your camera was a little fuzzy. Are you seeing any trends emerging in the last few years or going forward versus how we all started uniting around, you know, private luxury cars?
Well, I think that goes to the point earlier that regulators and other folks in this space, they kind of went with what they knew. So they knew from a grid perspective, solar was the latest hot thing. What they didn't necessarily anticipate was, well, solar was new to everyone. Cars aren't. And so cars have been doing their road-facing work for over 100 years, right? So there's a lot of expectations, business models, capital investments, long-term planning that have come with that. So that's just in the light-duty space where folks kind of go where they know, and you know, you can talk to everybody who loves to jump on kind of the e-mobility conversation because it's close. They've got a car in their garage, in their driveway, on the curb outside. It's something that they know. Solar panels, not so much. Wall insulation, not so much. So now pivot out of that more sort of emotional attachment, right, from the light-duty side. And then you move into medium heavy, where that's where bottom lines are dependent, right? Delivery logistics fleets. They're making money on ICE, internal combustion engine vehicle procurement times, life cycles, right? And delivery time and uptime. So some very hard and fast metrics that they've built their businesses around. And the fuel supply that, right, petroleum-based, that has served that over all this time, they're now asked to shift that. And that's a big step on one hand. On the other hand, it's a little easier, at least we're finding, when we're working with folks in these commercial and industrial fleets that manage these medium and heavy duty vehicles. It's a little easier to talk economics because those light duty vehicles, those are emotionally driven conversations. Got to have enough space to get kids in van with soccer gear to practice when that used to be a thing. Now, right, and that can be much more emotionally driven. You can talk total cost of ownership, and people are like, yeah, but you know, what color does it come in, or is it going to have the third row seat? And that those economics start to break down for personal preferences. Medium duty, heavy duty, putting spreadsheets instead of emotions in front of folks, they get that. It's back to that transparency issue that I think on the corridor side we were touching on, and the network felt I wasn't making a clear enough point, so it booted me off. So I'll try to make this one clear. So on the medium and heavy duty side, I think what we've seen when fleet managers, operators, procurement folks in this business see those numbers stacked up in total cost of ownership fashion, you know, O&M savings, fuel savings for the long run for their vehicles, even when they're CapEx bringing it in-house to their balance sheets, that conversation is quicker. That conversion in their head, they can make that pivot quicker. Because they're used to looking at spreadsheets, right? It's a less emotional decision. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And back to the pricing issue, we were just talking about CapEx. As we start to see the financial community, particularly in the medium duty space, start to get comfortable with what the floor looks like for making money in financing these vehicles. We've already seen some early steps on fleets as a service. And I know you mentioned in the lead up to this, that last lease model, we're kind of used to lease, but as a service is the new way we talk about these things. So e-fleets as a service really is something that's starting to pick up steam, and investors are starting to take notice and place bets.
Yeah, certainly you're right that there are different motivations for different kinds of customers, but both the vernacular, the as a service model taking hold, but also I think Rivian and Amazon, that partnership, and a few of the newer entrants in the medium heavy duty space with vehicles have started to spark some thinking of like, maybe we can actually go this direction now, where historically product has been so difficult to come by, or so it's very bespoke when it's made at all, that it's really challenging for fleets to not have quantities of something at a reasonable price to adopt. So we're going to go, I have a couple more questions, not quite lightning round fashion, but a couple wrap-ups for each of you. Given this last decade, what we know, and certainly the optimism, I mean, as much as this year has been a lot in a variety of ways, we're ending kind of optimistically. In some ways, we're looking forward to new administration, a vaccine, hopefully all leaving our houses at some point. If you had a magic wand or were to make a wish list of one or two things that you'd like to see happen in the next year, what would they be? Derek.
All right, so my wish list with no prep. So I think, number one, I think at the federal level for new markets, it's important to have some decent market signals. And I think that opens up opportunities, whether it's signals around if the regulatory space is going to be more transparent, that theme we were talking about earlier, and there's encouragement for stakeholder sandboxes at the local level, and convening those folks to talk. It doesn't always have to be dumping money into memorandum accounts to delve out for incentives. It can be convening folks with the power of the federal viewpoint. I think number one, that's going to be significant to really move this conversation forward. 2020 has been about accelerants, particularly in the pandemic era. We've heard a lot of that. It's been pulling forward decisions. So I think that kind of accelerant with federal leadership is really going to help move this forward. Let's make it or break it, right? So that's number one. I think number two, willingness from stakeholders in local levels to enter those types of conversations, whether it's, like I mentioned, a couple, a little more of a Texas model that's a little more ground up, but coming to those tables with openness to new ideas and willingness to talk through what a partnership looks like, as opposed to presupposing what the other folks in the room might want to get out of their agendas. I think we've seen some progress when folks are willing. And lastly, can't lose sight of the consumer. So from a consumer perspective, I think everyone's starting to make that shift into understanding from that light duty side, the emotional attachment that consumers have, and that there's going to be some bumps in that road. But if we really want to think about decarbonization, big picture, it's the parking lots of batteries, not the driveways of batteries, that are really going to start to change that picture from a climate change view. So let's have those hard conversations, figure out through transparent exchanges where the opportunities are, and let's see what we can make for parking lots of batteries to clean up the air. So that's my quick hit list. Chelsea, thanks.
Colin?
So Derek mentioned convening activity, and it's just very noticeably missing in the space that our regulators and our funding administrators don't talk to each other. So when I was in solar, everyone would get together at NACIO and they would all exchange best practices and they would look at each other's designs and they would learn from each other. And here in the EV space, half of them are transportation regulators, another 25% are air quality folks, and another 25% are energy folks, and they never end up in the same room, and they really never learn from each other. So, some sort of big, intellectually ambitious, maybe moderately boozy convention of those regulators and administrators, I think, would be of tremendous help. I also think more rideshare EV cities, that is transformative, both in terms of CO2 for the dollar, as well as public adoption. Like the cheapest possible ride and drive event is just dumping a bunch of, EV Uber and Lyfts, into a city. And I think that we've seen really transformative impact on this one. I think that I'd love to see, a shift on the conversation from CapEx support to OpEx support, to supporting operating expenditure rate design. I think that helps move a lot of the equity discussions along. And I'll say this one just to provoke you, Chelsea. I think we need more and more effective self-interested corporate lobbying on the EV space in DC.
Oh, I fully see that coming. But you already provoked me enough with the OpEx, because we can talk about networking fees another time. Eileen.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is, given the time we're in, I would like to see a much fuller recognition at the local, state, and federal level of this idea of build back better. So as we come out of this economic recession and we have a vaccine, electric transportation, zero-emission, equitable mobility is really the way to combat the systemic racism issues that we have in the United States, and I think in the world, in my opinion. The poverty and jobless underemployed and unemployment challenges that we have. This transition to zero-emission mobility, and that can be from car sharing to even to owning your own private vehicle to electric fleets, is going to be a key component of the federal efforts, and I think they're shared by the states and by local governments to build back better in the United States from this economic and pandemic-induced recession. And so I would like to see that more fully recognized and just focused on, because it's not, we talk about building back better and we talk about that issue, but it's usually not associated necessarily with transportation electrification. And I think I'd like to see that association directly made, and all of the analytics by people like Derek and Guidehouse and others are highlighted to demonstrate that we can do this in a way that changes the future and makes it better than what we had prior to this, really terrible time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity, but there's also a huge amount of responsibility. As much as we could talk for another hour or three, I would like to thank you all for joining us. We have an equity and access panel coming up a little bit later, so this was a nice tee up for that as well. In the meantime, we're going to talk parking and mobility hubs and other fun stuff. Back over to you, Lana and Jen.
Thank you so much for this really interesting panel session. Jen and I were here talking about everything that you guys have mentioned, and it's really great to see the different perspectives that this panel actually brought to us. But I feel like definitely the main thing to take from this is that the funding through rebates and utility programs is really necessary throughout all levels of local, state, and federal, and there's no going around that one. The thing that I found interesting from all of you guys is also that different programs kind of have different specifications. So sometimes it's over-specified, sometimes it's under-specified. So I can see the challenges that people have when they apply for these programs. It's not always easy to basically know even what to expect and how to adjust to that. But I don't know if maybe, Jen, you have something to add on that.
No, I think that it's been quite a great conversation so far. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to how we can move on to the next topics, but I do think that having these discussions is a great way to get started, at least everyone on the call, whether you're tuning in from North America or from Europe. They're great perspectives because these challenges are not specific to any one specific region. They truly are something that we need to all combat in order to move forward on this.
Yeah, but on that note, one thing that really came from this panel session, which I found very peculiar, is that even though we're kind of, let's say, all in the same boat, there are still differences, regional or however you want to chunk it down. So one thing that was mentioned is, for instance, natural disasters that California has obviously experienced with wildfires that influences other things, including eMobility. So some things to consider are things that are out of our control that can necessarily contribute to everything else. So I found that little piece of information very interesting. And when we talked about DC charging, yes, DC charging, when you take all the facts in, is better, smarter, faster and everything, but the way you do it and how you build it, are we there yet though? I feel like we're going there, obviously, but we may still have a long way to go there.
Yeah, it's always a work in progress, but that's why we're all here.
Yeah.
Now, I think we're going to start shifting into our next topic, as Chelsea already highlighted. But first, we're going to get another poll going for everyone here on this conference with us today. So the question that is going to pop up on your screen really shortly is going to be in regards to your usage of driving, or your own usage of your own vehicles. So the question you're going to get is, how are your personal vehicle needs changing in the wake of COVID-19? Yeah. So this can be whether it was regards to you have a personal car, passenger car, a truck, anything goes. So you could be either using your vehicle less, more, the same amount, or maybe you don't have a personal car or truck as your main means of transportation. Lana, do you know if your family is using the car less or more these days?
Well, my dad for sure is using it more, but I do know that he is now enjoying all of his homemade coffees. So I think in general, people may be using it less simply because there's not that commuting aspect, right? Going back and forth to work. But I'm actually interested in seeing the results on this one, because on the other hand, everyone who may have been using public transportation now opted to use their personal vehicles, even though maybe before, for whatever reason, they didn't use it so much.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious about this one.
So the poll results are in, and the majority, 61 to 62%, are using your vehicle less. So that makes sense because people are going to be at home more often. There's a very small portion of people that are using it more, but it's actually nice to see that, second option was to that they never had it as their main primary source of transportation. But I think the answer is really clear here. People are using the cars less. We're not moving around so much, so there we go.
To be fair, probably bike sales spiked meanwhile since COVID started. So at least a little bit more exercise is also going on here.
Yeah. So now we're going to move on to discussions with our experts again, and this time we're going to go to our keynote speaker, and I'll introduce him really briefly. His name is Neil Golson. He is the Vice President of Marketing and Strategic Partnerships at Flash Parking, and he's going to be taking his past experiences with Tesla, SolarCity, Coca-Cola, and showing us how he's taking a lead on this journey for Flash Parking from isolated parking assets into connected mobility hubs. So we're really looking forward to hearing what Neil has to say. Let's hear it now.
Good morning. My name is Neil Golson, and I'm incredibly honored to have the chance to connect with all of you today. For the last year, I've been the Executive Vice President for Marketing and Strategic Partnerships at Flash Parking. Flash is a relatively new company in parking, and we do what is referred to as PARCS, an acronym that stands for Parking Access and Revenue Control Systems. Essentially, this means that we lift the gate and collect the right amount of money. Seems simple, right? So right now, you're all thinking about the last time you paid for parking. For many of you, that's probably not something you've done in the last 9 months. In fact, when the world shut down mid-March, in the next 2 weeks, parking revenue across the United States dropped by over 90%. By July 4th, parking revenue had recovered to only down 60%. And by Labor Day, we saw the majority of our valet locations were back open with minimal staffing. Unfortunately, parking companies are very well aware that winter is coming, and a lot of those things are gonna go away. There are roughly 1 billion parking spaces in the United States, but less than 10% require payment. Those are typically the spaces in the urban core of our cities and are a mix of high-density garages, on-street parking, surface lots, valet stands, and event parking. Each one of those has rates that vary based on the time of day, how long you're there, weekend versus weekday versus holiday, advance purchase versus drive up, even rates that are based on the height of your vehicle. This industry knows how valuable their real estate is, and they know how to extract that value. In fact, COVID is the first time in a generation that the parking industry hasn't been able to just raise rates and generate growth. The last time was a generation ago in the 1970s when fuel shortages shifted consumers into carpools and public transportation. So to recap, you have an industry with 50 years of predictable growth at every level of a multi-layered fragmented value chain with minimal innovation, where a service call is a feature, not a bug, and rapidly evolving consumer expectations. Sounds a lot like some auto companies and energy companies that I know of. Sounds a lot like an industry that's ripe for disruption. I left Tesla 18 months ago, where accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy required rethinking vehicle design and distribution while reshaping the global electric grid and the energy market. Now, what excited me about parking was bringing that same kind of systemic thinking to an industry built on the most valuable real estate in the world. Speed, agility, and measurability are key to optimizing any system, and they're the core of our solution. Today, Flash Parking delivers hundreds of evolving features across thousands of locations, all delivered and measured in real time from the cloud across a portfolio of assets, while accommodating a rapidly increasing set of unique interactions, integrations, and emerging regulations. As the only cloud-based mobile-first parking system, we have an obligation to simplify what can be an overwhelming amount of data. And with the launch of machine learning camera systems, that data and the system's capabilities continue to expand. Isolated server-based parking systems that operate a single site behind an on-site firewall are out of date the moment that they're bolted down. Consumers suffered from the same problem until companies like Apple and Tesla unlocked the value of a dynamic marketplace running on top of a flexible platform. Apple taught consumers to expect more from their cell phone. Tesla is teaching car owners to expect more from their vehicle. And they both reward their users with new capabilities and over-the-air software upgrades after purchase. At Flash, we believe it's time to teach parking operators, real estate owners, property managers, parkers, and neighbors to expect more from their facilities. That more is what transforms a parking asset into a mobility hub, and it requires a digital transformation throughout the facility in the way that everyone communicates and in the consumer experience. This is especially urgent as a COVID vaccine is rolled out next year and the entire world forms new habits that demand more flexibility and more value. If your technology and your infrastructure aren't ready for that consumer, you may miss the biggest evolution of social behavior in our lifetime. So this means that you need a facility and operation that is more flexible in every way, with the ability to integrate touchless Bluetooth entry and activation, mobile payments, live video customer service, and real-time pricing insights that go beyond occupancy to help better understand and serve stakeholders. The facility also has to have the ability to do more for existing customers than just parking. That may be providing auto services such as EV charging or a last-mile transportation option with a private fleet of scooters. The facility can also transform in its off hours to stay productive with fleet charging and servicing. Rideshare staging or as a delivery and logistics hubs can be other options. We project that the value of each consumer transaction within a parking facility can easily triple when offering diverse solutions such as EV charging. This immediately increases value and diversifies revenue streams for owners and operators. With nearly 2.3 million EVs purchased as of Q1 2020, and with charging station deployments barely keeping up, there is a massive opportunity to scale access to charging in these facilities, especially as new consumer mobility behaviors begin to take shape post-COVID. The second more is about outreach and creating demand for all the great things that are happening inside your mobility hub. A modern mobility hub creates demand through consumer apps like ParkWiz or Spot Hero, via integrations with voice-driven navigation and intelligent calendars like Siri and Alexa. In fact, in Las Vegas, right before COVID hit, literally Friday the 13th in March, we launched a program with Uber in the city of Las Vegas to reduce congestion along the downtown strip and move pickups and rideshare staging into the city-owned garages. It was a fantastic 24 hours before everything got shut down, but it showed what is going to happen in this world, and you've got to be ready for change. Today, we can suggest that a Marriott Diamond member take advantage of charging when they valet their vehicle for the night, and then bill it all to their room. And very soon, we'll be able to bundle parking, charging, and a 4-hour scooter rental into a single advanced reservation with a push of a button on your car's infotainment screen. This brings me to the last more. Consumers want a more integrated consumer experience that does a lot of the planning and optimizing behind the scenes. We recently completed a proprietary research study of the preferences and behaviors of paid parking consumers. And our target audience very adamantly said they want more. 9 out of 10 consumers would choose a location that offered mobility services over one that didn't, and they would pay a premium for access to those services, reinforcing the value projections and demonstrating the value of that convenience. So what does this look like? It looks an awful lot like, Alexa, book me a dentist appointment next Tuesday, which turns into calendar blocks, route planning, and a reservation for conveniently located parking, along with an EV charger in the closest facility. The navigation is preloaded when a consumer gets in the vehicle. The right gate opens through the car's Bluetooth antenna when you pull up. It steers you to your reserved charger and then calls the right elevator as you walk into the lobby. None of what I just described is fiction. We are actively implementing these solutions in facilities today, offering more amenities, more demand levers, and an integrated digital experience for the consumer, the parking operator, and the asset owner. With the life disruption we've all felt from COVID-19, we have a massive opportunity to shape new habits through technology and go beyond parking to harness existing demand, diversify revenue, and transform isolated parking assets to connected mobility hubs. Now is the time for us as leaders and consumers to demand more from the neighborhood structures that are not full of vehicles today, to have them achieve a higher potential as connected mobility hubs that accelerate the world's transition to a sustainable future, and play a critical role in the digital transformation of parking and the evolving consumer journey. Thanks so much for joining today. I look forward to taking your questions.
Thanks, Neil. You did a quick change maneuver there. So we heard quite a bit about the overall system and how it works and some of the recent changes because of COVID and trends going forward. I'm curious, what are you seeing or what appetite have you been experiencing with your sites, not just in the wake of COVID, but as folks look forward into the excitement and the hype in some cases of autonomous vehicles and the overall tug of war about the role of parking going forward? COVID's one layer, but some of this stuff was already kind of brewing anyway. What are you seeing?
It was brewing, but it was interesting. If you rewind to the conversations we were having in January and February, it was a bit of, we hear you, but we're doing fine. You know, it's good. We admit that it's going to get forced on us at some point, but We know what we're doing. And really what COVID did was go, okay, let's try it. And the conversations have completely flipped. And they really think there was a optimism in the fall, which I think most Americans probably felt based on what we're seeing in the numbers, that it was, oh, maybe we're coming out of this. I think we're going to be okay. And then that's come crashing down really in the last 2 months as the reality of what the next 4 months are going to be sets in. And now there's a sense of urgency. So now there's a sense of, okay, now we know there is a vaccine 4 months from now. We're seeing conversations from consumers and studies like in Massachusetts that 30% of people are going to be driving cars that have traditionally taken public transportation. And now there's a, can we get this installed tomorrow? Can we get going? How do we get there? Can we get this done by the end of the year? It's been a really interesting evolution, and it's an exciting place right now, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of vacations for us over the holidays.
Yeah, sure. I imagine you do have a busy time ahead, even before CES goes back to Vegas as a physical event.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
As you describe all these capabilities, this strikes me as more a real estate or a property play than necessarily a transportation play, even though there are multiple constituents that you have. Is that how your partners are seeing it as well?
I think it's being seen as an infrastructure play. And I think when you think about infrastructure at the end of the day, that's the investment that if it's not there, you're going to continue to have congestion problems downtown. If it's not there, all of these other things can't utilize that piece of real estate. So it's more about how do I get wired for everything that you just said, but right now I've got to get the infrastructure ready for that capability. And to your point, that infrastructure is real estate based, because this is about how do we make sure that when you drive in the morning and your car triggers the Bluetooth gate to open, that your office lights and your office AC and all that stuff comes on. So those were the beginnings of kind of building integrations that we saw, but now it's really about how does this thing connect to everything? How does it have the right power supply? How does it have the right amount of lighting? It's been interesting throughout this. Most of the conversations have been, I'm investing in maintenance and upgrade, and I'm utilizing my people that way so that they're not having to lay off as much as they might. And it's amazing how many hundreds of light bulbs I've heard talked about being replaced in these facilities, because that's never been something they got to before. Yeah, sure. One of the opportunities that strikes me about all of this is this notion of it being a mobility hub, that yes, there's parking and charging for passenger vehicles, but also an opportunity to integrate other mobility solutions. And especially in the wake of COVID, but although some urban conversation brewing even before that, but the slow streets movement in different places have started to say, maybe we don't have private cars be the dominant form of transportation in all things in our urban core forever. Maybe we need to start, barring a few streets from cars, making them more walkable, bikeable, scooterable, whatever. Are you seeing interest in those other modes growing, or is it still very much a pull model where it's available, but we're going to have to wait a while till the sites really become more interested in it and consumers demand it? So there's definitely more of an interest in that revenue diversification. I think, again, some of that's because for the first time in 50 years, the parking piece flipped. So it's kind of, okay, I got to have something else to have that diversification here. But I think there is an anticipation of the consumer. And frankly, there's a conversation, Brandy Stanley, that runs parking in the city of Las Vegas. She's constantly working with the casino partners, the entertainment partners, the hospitality partners to shape a better downtown. And so a lot of that conversation is really sparked with utilizing some of the on-street sidewalk space, the on-street parking space for alternative activities, but they want to know there's a broader plan. So it's interesting to see where that conversation is heading. And with Brandy and with some of the others, it is, okay, if we're going to have more consumers, how do I get a higher utilization out of this for the parking, which may be a valet, which are solutions we've seen at Apple and Google headquarters and Tesla headquarters, where you need to rotate off of EV chargers to start adding staffing and adding jobs and competing with the gig economy, so that if you have a private scooter fleet, your own guys are going out and bringing them back and dealing with a lot of those things that really open up and change the business model here. And I think that's the interesting thing when you think about parking operator as beyond a expertise staff leasing function
that these folks need to be able to do more and to be able to get higher pay and benefits and community and all the things they're looking for in a great company to join. But these companies have tens, thousands of people, and the more that they can get into repairing, servicing, strategizing on the pricing for scooters or a charging package to think about the utilization, the better. And they're masters at what they do. We just got to give them all the levers and teach them what they do.
Yeah, sure. At a more nerdy, granular level, certainly you're doing work with eVBox, but thinking about other potential charging providers and even the different hardware and networking that might be for cars versus scooters versus whatever, are you able to integrate with charging that isn't OCPP compliant or another common standard?
I think that's a big part of this view that this real estate is the most valuable real estate in the world. So what we've got to do is we've got to figure out how to connect it to the demand that exists out there. So yes, if you have monthly parkers and you're in a commercial building, the company that has the penthouse suite probably going to have a different plan than the person that's just looking for parking and driving through. But especially a commercial building where most of that traffic leaves at 5 to 7 p.m. in the normal world, that you want to be able to utilize those chargers with a fleet, utilize those chargers in the evening to try to invite EVgo users in, to try to be able to bring in valet and hospitality customers from all around the city into a single point. So you're opening up every single source you can imagine to be able to optimize and create the value that this real estate represents, and that these parking operators and asset owners understand, so that they can set the pricing right. I think that's the other piece of this is they're masters at the pricing game of knowing when to change it, when to raise it, when to justify the added fees. And they'll be able to do that to draw folks in, to have the Marriott EV chargers cheaper in the middle of the day because there's no hotel guests, so let's bring folks in. They're thinking about all those things already. And being able to tap into those demand sources is a key part of what we have to provide in the platform.
Yeah, sure. One of the things I'm interested in, and I keep sort of nudging conversationally with different stakeholders, is the notion of mixed use charging. And by that, I mean pairing up a couple or more different use cases to try to maximize utilization of charging, especially when it's limited in some areas or it's publicly funded or whatever. And so this could be a medium or heavy duty fleet depot, but it could also be someplace that's not really commercial or public parking really, but more gated workplace by day. But if it's near an apartment building that could use it by night as permit holders or however, this seems like potentially ideal access control. Are you thinking about some of these other less obvious types of sites and use cases?
Yeah, and I think that's really the big difference. You know, when you look at the charge points in EVgo's, they're focused on the grocery stores and the parks and the place people are going, and you're kind of setting a rate that's based on a market and demand. When you look at this valuable real estate, we've got to drive all of that utilization that you just described. Otherwise, I mean, first off, it makes the investment pay off, but it really makes sure that what property management companies and companies like Siemens and these parking operators, their entire job is to create the value of the real estate. So all of those things are the things they've got to think through, the deals they've got to do. So right now, it's interesting. A lot of them are reaching out to restaurants and trying to put together kind of reduced parking deals with whatever will get people to try to come into the urban core and engage in a safe way. And so they're building some of those relationships now. But I think those will just get bigger and bigger. And that's a big part of making sure that we have, I mean, they run the security of this thing for 24/7. They set their hours. We're just making sure they have all the controls that they need and all the connections to see them. But right now, to get through COVID, they're reaching out for whatever individual deals will bring 1 or 2 or 5 parkers. Those are going to be the foundation they're going to build on when this comes back.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think it prompts a lot of thinking around the edges of stuff that we obsess about, but some nuances that get less consideration and certainly conversation in our world. So thank you very, very much. I wish we had more time, but that's sort of my common point of view.
Yep.
We'll have to cross paths again.
Start looking locally and regionally. So I appreciate the time, and it's been a fascinating conversation and just shift for me as we go from solving a national and international problem with Tesla to now really figuring out how do you optimize one address. And it's a very interesting switch. So would love to talk some more about that.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, back over to you, Lana and Jen.
Thank you, Chelsea, and thank you, Neil, for that exciting keynote and those comments. I'm really interested in this because anytime we find an industry that is stagnant and ready for some absolute change, it's so exciting to see what people come up with in terms of being able to turn it on its head and implement new technologies. I think one of the learnings that I had that was very interesting was regarding this whole concept where people are expecting more, especially when it comes down to the equipment that they're using or the type of experiences that they're expecting out of each of their interactions. I think this is similar to, say, if my parents went out to go buy a TV, they'll look at all these features and they'll probably not use 80% of them, but they're still going to get the TV with the more features because that's what we are conditioned to look for these days. And I think that at the end of the day, when it comes down to the expectations that we do have, we are looking for experiences that are smarter, that anticipate who we are, that are able to make our lives so much easier because we've gotten quite comfortable with that actually. And it comes down to also, for example, if you're going to implement any type of additional system, whether it's a security feature, whether it's EV charging, whether it's any other type of mobility supplement or service in a parking business, you're looking for things that are accessible, you're looking for things that are flexible, you're looking for things, for example, how we are trying to implement as many of the cable management and smart features into our charging stations to make it easier for the consumer. At the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to see this and say, this is what I expected, please meet my expectations, or beat them, don't go below them.
Yeah, that's kind of also how we can tie in our next panel, and our poll is coming up for that as well, is obviously consumer experience is one of the top things that all marketeers also, but everyone who is offering any kind of service or product needs to keep in mind. But this also means accessibility for everyone. So what we're going to ask you in the next poll, what we're actually super interested in, is where should efforts be focused to make electric transportation available to more people? So should this be focused on used EVs? Should it be focused on transit, shared and micro-mobility, or maybe just wait it out? I mean, to be honest, also EVs will get cheaper as batteries do. So while we're waiting to see the results for this, Jen, what do you think will come out of this? What would you choose?
Honestly, I feel like I'm really passionate about shared and micromobility. I think that there is a lot that you can go through with those options. And for that to happen, you have to change the mindset. So it could also be that this one creates more work for everyone to educate the people to get adopting the shared and micromobility initiatives. But in terms of, for example, transit, this is something that is more of like a one-way street where if the consumer is faced with this choice and this is the only choice, that could help make electric transportation a little bit easier to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I feel like shared mobility is getting to be very popular nowadays, and as you mentioned before, like young people really don't necessarily like owning stuff, including cars. So I think this could be a way to go. But let's see what our audience is thinking. So we do still expect more votes to come in, but for now, how we're seeing things is that people kind of share our opinion. I mean, shared and micro-mobility is definitely the forefront of these answers. So we have over 50, almost 60% of people showing most interest for that. That's great to see, especially considering our next panel. So what you will be hearing now is about accessibilities of EVs and electric mass transit today and in the future. So we want to see how we can make electric vehicles just as affordable or just as accessible as normal cars or internal combustion engines. So what we want to see is how this will influence both private and public, or from rural to urban communities without maybe affecting any kind of financial statements. So just so that income maybe isn't, or maybe it is an option to consider. So let's hear about all the efforts across the states to make eMobility inclusive to all. Chelsea, are you with us? Let's hear this.
so excited to wrap up on this particular panel for today. We've been teeing it up a little bit, purposely and not, for the previous sessions. We've talked a little bit about any shifts between private vehicle ownership towards other models of subscription or transit and micromobility. Eileen did a great job on the last panel of discussing the need for more equitable programs and access in more diverse communities. And I have three of my absolute favorite people here to talk about all of the things. So like before, I'll invite each of them to give a few minutes worth of remarks and opening comments on these themes, and then we'll dive in with discussion. First up, Dan Bauermaster from the Electric Power Research Institute.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. If you're not familiar with EPRI, we're a nonprofit research institute that does research on the grid for the good of society. So what I tell my family at the holiday table is, you know, we're here to look at every aspect of the grid. Our group looks at electric transportation, big and small, everything from the vehicles to the charging stations to the you know, economic and environmental impact. So when I think about electric vehicles, you know, it's a fun, complicated world, from everything from, you know, the vehicles that might be parked on the street or in the garage to, you know, buses and garbage trucks and even, you know, ships and airplanes and things like that. Now, obviously, those are all at a different kind of stage of development. They impact different people differently. And, you know, when we look at vehicles and how we all get around, or how our stuff all gets around, it's not just about, you know, if we're able to buy a car, which is obviously a huge purchase after you know, any kind of housing cost, but, you know, if we ride the bus, or how does our trash get picked up every week, or how do our kids get to school, you know, all those vehicles, you know, burn gas. Some are diesel, some are gasoline. And then that's even before we start looking at, well, how do our goods and services move around our cities and towns and countryside. So there's a lot of opportunity in this space, a lot of questions, a lot of challenges, and I really look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Likewise. Shelley Francis, EV Noir.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be here today with you all. So just a little quick background about myself, former medical school professor specializing in environmental public health and the social determinants of health. So part of my work focuses on using participatory research practices to engage partners and communities. And all that simply means is that utilizing community voice, partner voice, and perspective is very important to the work that we do. I am co-founder of EV Noir and principal partner, and our work centers around two areas. So we have eMobility best practice and equity best practice, and we work with utilities, government entities, NGOs to really help them refine, develop, and execute their electrification strategy. And then another piece of our work is that we also created a membership organization called EV Hybrid Noir, which is the largest network of diverse EV drivers and enthusiasts in the country. We have member chapters across the United States, and our work there focuses on accelerating EV adoption and increasing awareness around more diverse communities. And for us, diverse communities ranges from everything from racial and ethnic diversity to engaging rural communities, young professionals, women, the LGBT community, and more. For the last several years, we've been leading the conversation in this area, specifically around the intersection between COVID, air pollution, equity, and best practices, and how we can best utilize clean transportation as a potential strategy or even an equalizer to really help mitigate the impact on frontline communities. If many of you had the opportunity to participate in the National eMobility Equity Conference that we curated last month with Ford, we covered a lot of the topics that you've been hearing about today, and we hope to take a deeper dive into more of this conversation during our time today. So thank you, and glad to be here.
Thanks for joining. Yes, certainly your conference, but also your webinars before that. You guys seem to be doing some of the more comprehensive conversational work beyond even the private stuff that you do for the rest of us. So I definitely encourage following you and chiming in on all of your events and certainly learning from them. Last but not least, Amy Atchley from Austin Energy.
Test 1, 2. Hi.
There you go.
It's Amy Atchley here from Austin Energy. It's so great to be with you and to be with my colleagues today. I've been with the local and municipal, locally owned utility now for about 3.5 years. So prior to my role at the utility, I was focused in social services. So trying to make that connection. I spent 13 years at Meals on Wheels of Central Texas, and then before that, working in New York City at VH1 Save the Music, helping restore music education programs for youth at risk across the country. So I had this opportunity to come in and help design this program. It was grant funded originally by the 11th Hour Project, which is part of the Schmidt Family Foundation. And they work to promote and advance social and environmental justice. So I was invited to sort of take this leap of faith in this new technology world, and I found myself, at the utility working on electric vehicles and emerging technologies. So there is a massive paradigm shift that's happening right now in transportation and mobility and technology across the world and right here in Austin, Texas. And so we want to ensure that as these emerging technologies come to our city, that people are not left behind. And so we are working to make sure that we don't get lost in the shiny bells of technology, that we are putting people first. We want to ensure that we're listening to the voice of the people to help design real solutions for real people. So I'm happy to discuss some of the projects that we're diving into here on a local level and how we are spreading some of our programs across the U.S., working in some of your local communities with our outreach. Let's get to it.
Great. So, Shelley, a fairly blunt observation and question. EVs have long been seen as basically a wealthy white guy's tool. and in fairness, the industry itself is largely populated by what John Volcker describes as doughy middle-aged white guys. No offense to all of them that I love. But when we talk about expanding community and diversity and frontline communities and all of these things, more specifically, who, what, and why do you mean that?
Yes. So when we talk about expanding the tent and diversifying to more communities, one of the things that we say is that, well, for some communities, these electric vehicles or multimodal electric transportation, it's cool technology, it's great, it's fun, it's innovative, but for other communities, it's really a life and death matter. And the reason why we say that is because when you look at frontline communities, and those are the communities that are impacted worst and first by overexposure to vehicle emissions, the number one reason that Latinx and African-American kids are being admitted to the emergency room is due to respiratory illness or asthma attacks. And that is the number one contributor of that is overexposure to vehicle emissions. So for some communities, it really is critical that they get access to this technology. And the way we do that is we really need to engage with them in a way that's culturally relevant and appropriate. A lot of communities are not even having this conversation. And when we start talking about the affordability and access to used EVs and clean transportation, it almost blows people's minds, because now they're like, hey, I don't have to worry about spending X hundreds of dollars a month or more than 30% of my monthly income on transportation, because now I have a reliable, safe method to travel. Windshield wipers, windshield wiper fluids, that's it. So utilizing that kind of new lens, you really have to make this paradigm shift. And another thing or another piece of this work is really like messenger matters. That's what we always say. And really we leverage EV hybrid more to show that, hey, there's diverse communities and diverse peoples all around the globe. United States, they're in LA, they're in Portland, they're in Virginia and Richmond and Orlando, Florida. There are folks all over the world and all over the United States that look like you, that are in your communities, that can really champion and tell you what it's like to be an EV driver and like how easy it is, or how they've overcome some of the challenges. So we really have some unique opportunities to do more storytelling and do really more marketing and outreach in an authentic way to really complement these great policies and rebate programs that we have in many communities.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mentioned culturally relevant, and I don't know that we've done I know we haven't done a very good job of that as collective advocates over the years. It's fairly obvious. Amy, one of the themes that Eileen even raised in the last panel about financing the future of transportation is that utilities in particular have a potential role, not even a potential role, you have a role, but you have a role that is larger than tends to be seen just as sort of purveyors of electrons when it comes to equity and access of infrastructure, of transportation, et cetera, across a variety of communities. How are you guys responding to that? And what's your flexibility compared to other stakeholders?
Yeah, I think, here at the utility, our role is to address and assess the energy burdens and environmental justice needs of our underserved neighbors and our customers. We really want to look at economic development. How can we provide ladders of opportunity to communities and neighborhoods that have been left behind financially? When we're talking about electric vehicles, we're talking about siting of the infrastructure. So we want to ensure that we're not just deploying in the same places that typically get this brand new technology. How are we reaching out and deploying in lower income neighborhoods and communities of color to ensure that people are, provided with the access? The utility has a huge sphere of influence with our outreach. We have a huge influence with our education opportunities. And we have a wonderful program called EVs for Schools, where we are out in the schools, we're working with the students and the customers. The students will take the information that they learn from this curriculum that we've developed, we'll take it home to the parents. The program, it combines electric vehicle charging with curriculum at public school locations. So, we can take a deeper dive in that as we go, but there are many opportunities for the utility, and it's unique because we are already engaged with basic energy. We're working on weatherization programs. We are already in the conversation. And so it's imperative that the utility is meeting with the community and helping build that trust, because that's really the biggest issue when you're trying to bring forth a mind shift, a behavior change. You've got to build that trust as the foundation before you can really bring along the entire community. And you do that through transparency, through outreach and education, and just community collaboration.
For sure. I mean, I'm curious how much this is an access to mobility versus ownership of private vehicles conversation, certainly in these communities and even beyond that. But Dan, as one that tracks a lot of the programs going on and where utility companies and others are putting their efforts, what types of projects are getting approved or not by regulators, are you seeing any trend shifting from private retail vehicles towards other modes of transportation or towards different communities that have historically gotten all the attention? And what's being missed still in all of that?
That's a great question, Chelsea. So there's to move an electric vehicle around, big or small, you need charging infrastructure. And, there's kind of different ways to put in charging infrastructure. There's taxpayer money, there's kind of Wall Street money, there's utility money, and then there's probably a fourth bucket of other money. And, looking at what the utilities are doing, so across Canada and the US, there's about $3 billion, that's with a B, of charging infrastructure programs that either been proposed and or approved. And there's all kind of various shades of the same same program, but there's a lot of question about who owns and operates the stations, and then how do customers kind of find out about them? And there's a ton of effort that's been going on. There's different programs that look at the smaller vehicles, the light duty vehicles. Other programs look at a mixture of the larger vehicles, whether it's port equipment or trucks or taxis or other fleets. And since we're still in the early days, we're still learning a lot. It's been interesting if you look at these proposals that and kind of thinking about like what are some questions or what are some possible pain points is most of them are, to no surprise, highly, kind of infrastructure focused, but they usually have some component of education, customer education. And, the utility will be the first to say, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but, we've all heard them say, like, it takes a village, right? They're not the only ones doing education, but what's been interesting in these proposals is, for some reason, even though that's been a small dollar value, the customer education piece is usually quite cantankerous. And I'm sure everyone probably, calling in today might have a different opinion on whether that's right or wrong, but that's been interesting to observe because, you need the infrastructure, but you also need people to know about it. We heard from previous speakers about, education. I think the EV in the schools thing is outstanding. My wife and I have 3 kids under the age of 7, and they teach us stuff every day. So I think that's, a great way that a utility can help do some kind of education outreach. But anyway, that's been pretty interesting to see the how that's such a hot topic, education outreach, even though it's a relatively small dollar value compared to, the total overall effort. And, again, the regulators and the utilities and the utility leaders, they're not saying like this is the only way. Most of these are, multi-year pilots with some kind of check-ins to see, how should this go forward and all that. And again, there's Wall Street money and taxpayer money going in as well. But it's still the infrastructure as well as the education and outreach are still a major challenge.
For sure. Well, and the education always seems to get short shrift across the board, certainly compared to infrastructure hardware. And, just the number of potential EV drivers that drive by charging stations all the time and don't realize it because they don't know what a charging station looks like. We're used to seeing gas stations that are kind of consistent looking, even if the brands are different. And that's not yet true for EV charging, let alone the additional layers. But both Amy and Shelley, you've talked about the specifics of how the messaging has to come from the right place, but also be culturally relevant. When you talk about how communications and marketing or education has to be different, give us some examples or specifics around that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it needs to be different. So just briefly, I'll give an example of African-American multicultural marketing efforts. So eMobility transportation with African-Americans is a very different has been a very different perspective when you look at the historical context of African Americans in the United States and with transportation. So you're coming out of slavery, you're dealing with Jim Crow, you're dealing with now segregation and having to deal with separate but equal transportation. So you're riding in the back of the bus, back of the train. At the same time, you're also trying to manage redlining. And for those who don't know, redlining was a systematic way that communities were alienated or were not allowed to, purchase property, get loans in certain neighborhoods because they were deemed, high risk or unworthy. So because of some of those experiences, one of the outwardly ways that you could show success as an African American person at that time was you could get a nice vehicle because you couldn't purchase a house. So, and that vehicle was almost I call it like your safe space in a sense, because when you traveled, now you didn't have to be humiliated and deal with, segregation in transportation, but you also carried everything that you needed at that time because you couldn't maybe stop for gas as frequently as you wanted. You didn't know where it was safe. So that is kind of like a different lens in how African Americans have experienced transportation. And even today we see, like, with all the different social justice things that happen around transportation and police stops and shootings, transportation continues to be a centerpiece of that conversation. So in thinking about how do you market or engage communities of color, particularly Black and African American communities, you really have to start with a messenger that they trust. We utilize our team of advocates, community members from EV Hybrid Noir, as well as our staff, to really engage with communities, find out what their needs are, where their mobility gaps are. And then we bring that information in a culturally appropriate and fun way. So whether it is doing ride and drives at historically Black colleges and universities, or we're doing a K through STEM program, we're really trying to make sure that we are simplifying messages and really giving people the opportunity to, what I say is, see, touch, feel, and experience the technology, see how fun it is, see how they can picture themselves utilizing it and how it can, address their transportation needs, and just really see themselves as an adopter, because if they don't see themselves in this conversation, if the only people they see are homogenous communities of early adopters, and we need the early adopters, so no shade to the early adopters, but we have to make it more accessible and widen the tent to all communities.
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent point that gets lost in that we've always known in a quarter century of deploying modern EVs that the most resonant thing is someone that's like me. You know, it's one thing to sort of hear a marketing ad, but at the end of the day, we always say it takes a driver to make a driver. At least Plug in America started saying that some years ago. People trust their friends and neighbors. And so when someone on your block has an EV or someone at the office has one, you go talk to them and that's influential. It's not different in these other communities, as you're saying, but it's a point that goes over the head of most people working in the space, it seems.
Yeah. And I'll add one other thing, Chelsea. So most people don't know this, is that African Americans have actually been driving electric vehicles since the turn of the century. Madam C.J. Walker, who's one of the earliest African American millionaires, period, she had an electric vehicle that she was driving around in the 1910s. And so, you know, just utilizing that as a kind of a reference point for people shows that, hey, we've been in the conversation for a long time. You just didn't know that we were here.
For sure. There's lots of that sort of thing. Amy, how are you approaching it differently, or what are you seeing people skin their knees on when trying to communicate and educate these communities as opposed to where we're used to being?
Yeah, and that was great what Shelley had to say, and I think there's just so much there, and there's a lot to talk about. I don't know if we have enough time today, but I'll just start with this to add to what Shelley's doing. We are making sure that our content is available in both Spanish and English. And that's our EV curriculum that's out there. And then any of our marketing pieces are in Spanish and English. We also, have a really fun marketing program that we just released. We really wanted to target, everyday people and just sort of demystify the technology and try to have something that's approachable and break the ice. And it's been very helpful. And it features a thought leader that we've been working with that has millions of years of experience, is a scientist, and the name of this character is Stevie, the EV loving T-Rex. And so you might have seen Stevie. We have a program, it's called How Will You Say Goodbye to Gas? And we take Stevie out to the community. We have a viral digital video campaign that we've launched in Spanish and English. We take this program as well as with the EVs for Schools continuing education out to the schools where, the kids get to interact. We're also doing some virtual reality and letting people get their hands on that technology that is an EV demo for students and for adults. In terms of micro-mobility and just expanding access to this micro-mobility and ecosystem of mobility, we have conducted hundreds of e-bike demos targeted towards our low-income customers. And as Shelley said, having an opportunity to put your hands on that technology, giving you a chance to see yourself utilizing that technology is a game changer. And I've had so many conversations with people getting them on the bikes, single mothers getting on there, young people of color who thought that bike was just, for rich people, rich white people, asking, when can we get this technology in our communities? I can see myself taking my kids to school in a cargo bucket, then going to the grocery store. I can see myself getting to work now. It's a first and last mile solution. And it's really just bringing people into that conversation. And if you're out there working with your teams, and for example, you don't have a person of color with that lived experience to outreach to that community, that's okay. You go out and you are honest, and you go out and you deliver on your promise. And guess what? You go away and you come back and you go again. And you deliver on your promise, and you go back and you come away and you go again, and you deliver on your promise, and you have that sustainable relationship that you're creating, and people want to be a part of this. So that's sort of some of the approaches that we're taking here at Austin Energy.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of power in admitting what you don't know. And just sort of following through and being authentic and going, I'm struggling with this, but I'm going to go find out and learn and come back to you, and doing that and rinse and repeat. And I am a well-known, unabashed lover of Stevie. # love Stevie. So yeah, certainly go check out his videos. He's very, very fun. And there are definitely, as much as these are serious topics, there's times at which we just take ourselves too seriously. And so it's nice to have a mix of multiple tones. But what you just mentioned on bikes especially, and especially in these times, I mean, one of the questions has been, how has the pandemic and historical focus on private, often premium, personal EVs complicated the shift towards supporting transit and micromobility and shared rides and other modes of transportation that aren't so private-centric? Or is some of this an enabling factor as people reconsider their transportation needs? Free for all, jump in.
Well, we've got some great data that we've gathered, and we are seeing a huge uptick in shared mobility right now, and people are particularly riding the e-bikes. There's been a little bit of ridership loss in some of our mass transit in terms of our bus ridership. And I think that has a lot to do with safety right now with COVID, and being in a little capsule is not as safe feeling as having the independence of riding this e-bike. So we've got a lot of initiatives. We have one right now. We're working with affordable housing, even in the time of COVID. We're about to launch a virtual video to help with safety training and digital literacy to help folks realize that they can be a part of this, and they want to. They're waiting on us to wrap this video up so we can launch that. And when it's safe to gather again, we will be taking people out on adventure tours, taking them to the grocery store, to the Social Security office, just the library, helping them identify safe routes and routes to mass transit to help with that first and last mile solution.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe just to add a few thoughts to that, I'm sure, we've all seen the headlines about the mass transit ridership decreasing around the world for obvious, people are worried about their health. But I think there are some positives that come out of COVID. And it's at least a good reminder for me that, a lot of these things run in parallel. There's no one single path. I mean, it's everything from, the slow streets that some of the cities around the U.S. have adopted, where they're, basically converting streets into multi-use. You can walk or jog or bike or use, push a stroller. And cars can still drive at lower speeds. I mean, I've seen those firsthand in Los Angeles and in San Francisco, and they've been great. And now, granted, not everyone lives in Los Angeles and San Francisco, so there's also challenges that some of the more, rural and other folks deal with that are different, obviously, than the cities. And going back to the, what's going on in parallel is that, the good news is that, for like electric buses or buses in general, the funding comes from the Fed. So that's, less susceptible to kind of these ups and downs of the short term, economy. So there's a lot of work still be going on with, school bus demonstration, electric school bus demonstrations, electric transit bus going into operation. Granted, now ridership's down, but hopefully with a vaccine we can turn the corner on that in a little while. And even things like electric garbage trucks, where it's not just the people who live and work around where these big vehicles drive, but it's also the drivers themselves. I mean, there's studies out there showing how kids who ride school buses, like the diesel fumes impacts their test scores, and so it's there's very real world stuff that's going on, and it's good to see that kind of despite COVID, a lot of these efforts are still going on in parallel. And I don't have the answers. I don't know if anybody does, but we're trying a lot of different things and kind of seeing what works. And then maybe another silver lining for the whole COVID is that it's a jolt to the system. Obviously, it's hard especially for those who are already on the edge. But it also is a jolt to the system to maybe help us as a society try different answers or new answers to problems we've been staring at for a long time.
Yeah, sure. Shelley and Amy, what's the balance of sort of aspirational examples and tools versus practical, affordable, what we can all do today? And one viewer asked, sort of, as Teslas have become embraced by the rap and hip hop communities as a symbol of status and coolness and all of that, sort of the emotional connection that we're used to with cars, is that is there an effort to use those more in the school outreach or with young people or things like that? And what's that balance of like aspirational, and this is awesome and certainly something you would want one day, but also today you can do these other things, ride a scooter or buy a used car or whatever, which many of us are struggling with the balance of.
Yes, yeah. Actually, it's interesting that you raised that point and that person put that in the chat. It's when we do events, and we're doing events across the country with different communities, urban communities, rural communities, suburban communities. People want to come out. When they come out, they want to see the Teslas. To be clear, like hands down, they want to see Tesla. They probably want to see Porsche and some of the other high-end brands too. But at the end of the day, we try to show like a variety of vehicles at different price points. So we show something that's in that $5,000 to $10,000 price point, then you move up to the next 10 to 20,000 and then up. But you got to have things to draw people in. And so whereas for some people like that, the Model X or the Taycan or the e-tron, maybe those aspirational vehicles that they can someday, aspire to get. Whereas others are just, I'm cool with, hey, I can get this 5,500 E Fiat. I can do a i3 or a Chevy Bolt. And, that shows folks that, hey, this is attainable, accessible, and then I can work my way up to something else. But I think it's important to show that, their influence out there, that's great because that really broadens the appeal to, utilizing this new innovative technology, which is a big paradigm shift for folks because we've gotten into 100 years of habit of utilizing fossil fuel. So I think it's, to accelerate adoption, you're going to have to do or take a multi-phase, multi-pronged approach. You're going to have influencers. You got to work with utilities. Yes, we got to work with, some people don't want to work with utilities. They're big influencers, and there's a way and a time and a place to engage with them in a way that makes it equitable and accessible to all communities. So, I think we have COVID has really, put us in an interesting space and given us some ample time to figure out what we should be doing differently and what we can do next. And then the wild card is the Biden-Harris administration. So, with them, they've got some things in play and they're prioritizing climate justice and clean transportation. So I think we're going to be having a very different conversation over the next 4 years than we've had over the last several.
For sure. Amy?
Yeah, well, Shelley, I certainly hope so.
Yes.
Let me explain a little bit about a really cool program because I do think influence is everything. So back to the EVs for Schools program where we have EV charging deployed combined with correlating curriculum at public schools. And by the way, we launched the pilot in Title I schools. So we are reaching economically disadvantaged students because we know that their parents probably are not driving Teslas. But guess what? Their teachers, some of them are driving used EVs. And what's happening is the kids are seeing their teachers plugging in every day, and they're their heroes, okay? And then they're getting the curriculum, and it becomes this educational living lab. So we know that there's a lot of influence there. We show up in the schools when invited to come and do an EV workshop, and we will bring our city Bolt, Austin Energy City Bolt, and the kids love to look at it. We open up the hood. They get real excited about it. In fact, this whole program with the youth is so exciting because they realize that, climate impact is going to be one of the greatest challenges of their generation. And so they light up around this stuff and they go home and take the information to the parents. The parents get excited about wondering, is an EV right for me? It's so foreign to me. I don't understand, am I going to get electrocuted, charging? What are the issues? And the student educates the parent. And then the parent goes on our new EV buyer's guide that we've just launched, and it highlights all of the new and used electric vehicles available in inventory locally here in real time in Austin. So that's another marketing push that we are putting out there right now, and we're super excited. It's our auto dealership engagement program, and we really want to work with that community to help people that are interested in EVs when they show up at the auto dealership, that they can actually buy that EV that they're looking for, and that they can get into one that's in their budget, new or used. So those are just some things to build on. in terms of marketing and the perception of Tesla versus other electric vehicles.
Yes, I mean, there is sort of something for everybody, and will become more true as we go and as more models are introduced. So as always, we're nearly out of time, but we'll do one final lightning round question for everybody. I am curious, in 30 seconds or so, basically, what's your wish list? And it can be from the Biden administration, or it can be from a random audience member that is interested in these topics and wondering where to start and what to not do and waste their time on, all of those things. What's most important for people to take home today? Dan?
Education for all in a way that is interesting and useful and applicable to them. I mean, everyone is different. There's 300 million people in America. And it would be great to have everyone know about EVs, big and small, and how it might work for them, whether they buy one, lease one, borrow one, car share one, ride the bus, what have you. So I'd start with education.
Shelley?
I would say education, marketing, so really allocating dollars and resources so that we can actually do a good job doing education and doing marketing across all communities, because all communities can benefit from EV adoption in some capacity, and also tying that economic and workforce development conversation, because sometimes that's not highlighted or touted as much, but particularly now with people hurting from being displaced because of COVID and the pandemic, there's opportunities to really accelerate workforce development opportunities with manufacturing of EVs, as well as the components, parts, and accelerating charging infrastructure deployment in a way that's equitable. So definitely lots of great opportunities ahead of us in terms of this conversation.
Amy?
Yeah, I would say, my hope is that we're able to make an impact to help influence people to give this a try, to realize that we all have a role in lessening our carbon footprint, and just to give it a chance. And it does land on all of us here on the call to get out and be advocates for this new wave of mobility and transportation electrification. But also, I would really hope that with all the conversations, I will tell you, since COVID has started, I've been involved in so many of these conversations around this specific topic. And I really hope that we are out there seeing utilities, we're seeing organizations, we're seeing groups deploying real programs. We've been talking about it for a long time. Let's get our feet on the ground and let's deploy. And you know what? You might make a mistake, but give it a try. The money is out there. There's grant funding. Identify that funding. Work in collaboration with your community, and know that it's going to take some time. It's not something that's going to happen immediately. So it's a long haul commitment. But I'd like to see us really start taking some chances.
Yeah, it's a long haul, which is all the more reason we don't have time to wait. I wish I could clone all of you. I resonate to the complex topics. I think they're the most interesting and the most fun. And this, I think, is one of the most promising aspects of our space these days and going forward. So thank you so much for joining me and for all your candor, being game to have this conversation. And I look forward to much more of it. Meanwhile, back to Lana and Jen towards our wrap up of the day.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys. And this was, again, a very interesting panel. And I need to say, I love this Chelsea's idea of a wish list. I feel like we should make our own for next time.
Definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, the main thing that was obviously mentioned a lot was about education. So obviously educating ourselves is extremely important, because the industry, even though it has a certain amount of years behind it, there is still a lot to go and a lot to learn about. So one thing that kind of came to mind when you were mentioning the EVs education for little kids is that EVBox actually has done something about that. So a couple years back, which is such a blast to the past, in Rotterdam we placed a dummy station at a kindergarten, and the kids could literally hands-on try it out, see how it works, and it was a huge success. It's probably there until this day. So I think that's a great way to showcase to the kids how the future might look like for them so they can make the choices when they grow up a little bit. But obviously, adults have the choice today, and there's a whole different way of educating them, right?
Yeah, and I love this whole focus on marketing because at the end of the day, the more stories that we can get out there about the actual EV chargers in the field, working with these EV charging stations, working with electric cars, working with this whole new system that they feel like is a huge jump when they first think about it, but might not actually be that big once they get on there. I think that's so important because there's such a mentality of, yeah, but that's not me. They don't go to the grocery store as much as I do. They don't have 5 kids. They don't have, grandparents in a nursing home, 100 miles away. So the more of these stories that we can get out there, I think is the better thing for everyone.
Exactly. I mean, tying into accessibility, it's the power of word of mouth. Basically, sharing your own experience and listening to other people's experiences is how you learn about something, including e-mobility in this instance. So just sharing your points of view, what you've learned, what you found interesting, maybe even if you're not driving an electric car, but you're just EV savvy, it's really good to share your points of view and basically share awareness in that way. You never know who might be listening. So for instance, I didn't even tell you this, but a friend of mine, she told me the other day is that very soon she will be looking into buying a new car. And she told me, because of everything that I see you do, I'm actually considering now to go electric, which made me so proud that you can have this kind of influence over your friends and you just never know who's listening out there, right?
Words of a true EV advocate right there. So we're going to move on to our last closing note here, which is going to be featuring a couple of words from Mark Henderson, who is the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for EVBox North America. Take it away, Mark.
Thank you for joining the North American section of Revolution Digital. As we've seen from today's presentations, the e-mobility movement in North America is picking up steam. We have 1.6 million electric vehicles on the road in America today, with millions more coming in the next few years. With this kind of activity, there's little doubt that electrification will be the disruptive force that defines the future of how we move, and that future is approaching faster every day. But for those of you who may still be skeptical, let's look at some key trends. Right now, drivers across North America have more options than ever when it comes to choosing an electric vehicle. Automakers such as Hyundai and Volkswagen, with decades of experience engineering nothing but combustion vehicles, are now investing billions of dollars in the production of an entirely new kind of automotive technology. And not just to create limited runs of high-end luxury EVs. Most of these new models are priced under $37,000. This mass production of more accessible EVs is a clear indication that e-mobility is moving out of the early adopter phase and into the mainstream. Beyond consumer vehicles, there's also an EV movement in the medium to heavy duty vehicle space. Automakers like Rivian, Tesla, Workhorse, and Lordstown are all coming to market with electric fleet vehicles, and for good reason. Across North America, companies large and small are starting to electrify their fleets. Organizations like Amazon are investing billions of dollars into large-scale restructuring of their operations to get ahead of the inevitable curve that is electric transportation. We're also seeing this change on a legislative level. Policies like President-elect Biden's climate plan are being introduced to facilitate the nationwide deployment of infrastructure to support EV adoption. EV advocacy coalitions are being formed to lobby on both the federal and state levels. As a member of one such coalition, the Zero-Emission Transportation Association, we at EVBox are excited to join forces with e-mobility organizations across America to push for policies that will enable full adoption of electric vehicles by 2030. In a similar vein, utilities and government agencies across North America are releasing billions of dollars in EV rebates and other incentives. These programs make it easier than ever for locations to not only install EV charging, but to install enough ports to satisfy their needs for years to come. As of May this year, 48 electric utilities have received approval for electrical transportation programs in 26 states, totaling over $1.5 billion, Another 22 utilities are in the process of getting approval for an additional $1.4 billion across 17 states. That's a lot of numbers, but boiling it down, more than 50% of America will be blanketed by nearly $3 billion in EV project funding. An infrastructure investment of this magnitude is an undeniable vote of confidence in the future of electric transportation in North America. With automakers, enterprise companies, and government bodies across North America all taking major strides toward mass EV adoption, the evidence is irrefutable. We are on the precipice of an historic shift in the way we view transportation. At eVBox, we are excited about this swell in support for eMobility. Our goal at eVBox has always been to help enable a world of zero emissions, and our path to achieving that is by making EV charging a fixture in every parking location, from densely populated inner city communities to underserved small towns and cities where there's opportunity to electrify long highway commutes for both cars and trucks. And rather than wait for this shift to trickle into these often overlooked communities, we plan to use this momentum as a springboard, enabling us to reach higher and move faster when it comes to providing accessible EV charging solutions for all. As a sign of our commitment to the growth of EV in North America, this year, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, we opened our first American manufacturing facility in Libertyville, Illinois. We chose this location specifically because it is smack in the middle of North America. From these American headquarters, we are able to easily service all corners of the continent. At our Libertyville HQ, we will assemble and distribute our new line of AC and DC charging stations, both designed specifically for the needs of North American EV drivers and charging locations. All our new stations come ADA compliant right out of the box, with easy-to-reach touchscreens and cable management systems that enable effortless EV charging. They are also intuitive to use for all drivers, with a configurable touchscreen in up to 4 languages of your choosing, so as to better serve the wide and diverse needs of the drivers in your area. And with smart charging at the core of every eVBox station, site hosts can adjust how their stations consume and distribute energy, monitor their station activity, adjust pricing, and even receive remote updates, all easily accessed from a computer or smartphone. But it's not only about making a smarter EV charging station. We at eVBox are committed to building a comprehensive network of EV charging stations across the globe, and we know we won't get there alone. That is why we champion interoperability in everything we do. Having the freedom to choose who you work with and the flexibility to change is paramount when it comes to implementing large-scale infrastructure that is truly future-proofed. As a founding member of the Open Charge Alliance and a vocal advocate for Open Charge Point Protocol interoperability, we believe that by giving customers the right to choose, the market as a whole becomes stronger. Innovation increases, prices stabilize, and EV site hosts can breathe easier knowing that, no matter what happens, their investment in EV charging will remain solvent for years to come. And to get these charging solutions into the hands of those who need it most, we are building a robust team of trained EV experts and partners. Locations across North America require guidance when it comes to choosing the right charging solution and identifying the funding opportunities available to them. By helping underserved locations take advantage of these incentives, we aim to accelerate EV adoption in areas that would benefit the most from this cleaner and more affordable transportation option, but might otherwise have difficulty financing an EV charging project. We believe that EVs should be accessible to all, and our goal is to make that belief a reality. We're proud of our work along this path so far and excited to work with all of you to continue this journey. With eVBox, you can drive electric and charge everywhere.
Thank you everyone for being with us today for this amazing event. We hope you feel recharged by all the inspirational and insightful comments that have been made throughout the panels and sessions in this conference. To wrap things up, we're just going to go around in a quick circle and ask what the main takeaway has been. So, Lana, What has been your main takeaway?
I get to start? Oh my God. Chelsea, I'm sorry, but you will get your floor as well. But so let's say from my side, something that really kind of spiked my interest was the importance of consumer experience and how everything really should be tailored, and it cannot be just, a broad message the same to all the masses, but there is a way to kind of segment things and really target and different ways of educating different types of consumers. And just as easy you make it, that's how wide you will spread the awareness around it, and that's how we can make eMobility a real future for all of us. So I think that was something that really spiked my interest. And a second thing just about this conference and the platform that we use is just the variety of topics, is that everyone could pick something for themselves. It doesn't matter if they're already EV savvy, a professional in this field, or someone just starting out and wanted to learn something more. There was an abundance of information and everyone could learn something. I really appreciate that. What about you? What do you think?
Well, for me, today has been a really great reminder of the bigger picture, that we're not here just to convince only always the individual driver or that business to go electric, but it's really about how we transform communities, and a reminder that we're doing this not just because we are here to transform the communities that we currently live in today, but we're also here to transform them for the future generations that are going to live in them moving forward. So I think that has been really impactful for me, and that shows that for mobility, e-mobility, to be truly ubiquitous, it really has to be fully accessible everywhere to everyone. Chelsea, how about you?
I heard so much. Certainly that we need to get more specific about what's worked, what hasn't, what our end goals are, the communities we want to reach, the messengers and messages that are needed to reach them, but also that humility and authenticity and curiosity goes a long way, and that we don't have time to wait, and so we need to be willing to simply show up and keep showing up and earn the trust and learn the things. And that finally, it's important, as you said, to provide a really good experience, that a big tent works, creating an inviting experience. And you guys always do that. You're certainly a rising tide company, which is part of why I love hanging out with you. So thanks again for letting me crash your party. And hopefully we do the next one in person, but either way, I'm in.
Well, we will let you crash our party anytime, Chelsea. Thank you for all your insights and for all your help and leading all these panels beautifully as you did. And for everyone out there that is still tuning in with us, the next portion will be the networking opportunity for you to meet with all the other revolutionaries on the platform. So just stay on the platform. It will guide you automatically to the lobby and to the networking portion. Well, stay tuned for next year and see you later. Enjoy your evening.
Goodbye.